All right, looks like the stream is up. Sorry, it took me a while to get started today. Something was going wrong. We were having some issues. The old Last Epoch didn't want to work. I would prefer to be playing Last Epoch right now. Unfortunately, that's not really a thing. So today we're going to play a little Slay the Spire because I want to talk a little bit about something that's been sort of near and dear to me for a long time, and we've talked about this a bunch. The thing that I want to talk about is hey, what's up, Wyatt? Sorry, I know it's super late. But the thing that I want to talk about is what if this game right here, what if Slay the Spire was just another part of another game, right? What if Slay the Spire was the crafting system to an MMORPG game? And we've talked about this in sort of a theoretical sense in the past, but I've never actually gone into the Slay the Spire game and taken a really close look at how that could play out. Yeah, so we're going to be playing a new game. This isn't something I want to play permanently. Just today, Last Epoch was down for me. I can't get it to run on my NVIDIA GeForce Now. So we're going to play something else. So let's get into it. So starting out, I just want to look at actually, let's look at this custom game idea. So the way Slay the Spire works is you go in and you do a series of rooms. And some of these rooms are combat, some of these rooms are merchants, some of these rooms are, different sorts of things. It responded to you only on YouTube. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of difficulty here because I'm getting all of your chats duplicated. I need to, unfortunately, tell this to filter out my names. There we go. That's going to be a little sad because I won't see any of the stuff, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, so we're going to look at custom mode. So the thing with Slay the Spire is you go through these rooms. And so there's actually a really interesting system here where you can have really complex rules that really change the way the system works. And so this really high level stuff that changes the outcome of the run on a pretty drastic level would be things like your equipment, right? Your crafting gear. These would be things like your crafting skills. These would be things. It doesn't say that I'm live on YouTube. I am live on YouTube. Weird. That's fine. Who cares? But these would be things like, your skills, your equipment, maybe the materials that you were adding, although I have kind of a different idea for that. But these things here would be really high level. They would have to do with how far you've advanced through certain crafting systems, and stuff like that that would change sort of the way um, it would change the way the game ultimately works. So we're going to go through here. We're going to play around. And we're going to kind of get an idea. So you've got 4 different classes here, right? These 4 different classes all have slightly different mechanics that determine how they interact, right? How their skills work and what exactly they're doing. And so these could be like your different classes of crafting, right? It could be like weapon crafter, armor crafter, Fletcher, potion maker, or something like that. And so based on that, you would have these kind of different mechanics that were going to help you make better weapons or help you make better armors or whatever, and slightly change the game and change the way you interact with the game and change the cards that you use and stuff like that. Because that would be your specific character. So we're going to go in here, we're going to play Ironclad. And now this is the start of the game, and this would be a run that was going to make a single item. Let me... hang on. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, try again. Kind of look like Mortal Kombat, but graphics 40. Hey, all right, points is working. Good deal. Yeah, so the beginning of this, you're going to see things are really, really standardized, right? You're going to get this map, and this is what I was talking about. So right now there's 5 options across the bottom here. And there aren't always 5 options, but you're going down different routes. And so you're always making some sort of a decision, right? You can kind of see what's going to be available to you as you go out or as you go up. And so you can make this really interesting decision about where you're going. You also have your deck, right? This is the basic deck that you start with. And as you leveled up your crafting, I would expect that this starter deck would change somewhat. So it would make the earlier stages of these runs easier and make the later stages of these runs more accessible so that you could craft better stuff as you leveled up. And then you've got your just per run stuff, right? You've got your money pouch, you've got your potions and stuff like that. These are all things you're going to interact with. You've got your health. And when this health reaches 0, that would be when the craft was over and you would get your item, right? So however far you get before you reach 0 in your run is what you get with your crafting system. And so Slay the Spire actually lends itself really, really well to a really, really unique kind of crafting system. And so now we have even another kind of cool thing here, which is something that I think should be the crafting, the materials. I posted some stuff for the game on Discord. It's not drawn because you don't let me. Yeah, sorry. No drawing. General chat. Yo, that fairy is actually super cool. But something that I think would be really cool is if um, the materials that you use maybe changed some things like this, right? I could get more max HP. I could get changes to the enemies, or maybe this would be still skills. And then, oh no, you're triggering so many boss attacks. Y'all are getting destroyed. Getting destroyed. The regen still says 1. Oops, that's wrong. The regen should be 0. Right? You didn't use the lurk command, did you? Oh, it just hasn't changed. Okay. I see. Let's fix this. OBS Studio. Sources. Set GDI text. Or regen value. Okay, perfect. My internet is not nice. If I don't talk for a while, that means bye-bye to my internet. Okay, cool. They're not all necessarily related to war. There is the strong attack is related to might, and then the chat's heal is related to health. So there's lots of different words. There are actually 500 words that can trigger the boss's attacks today. I bumped it up considerably because I didn't think it was triggering often enough. But yeah. Okay. So that should change. Yeah, there goes the regen. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So like I was saying, it'd be cool if this was like maybe a skill thing that you could do, right? You could trigger a couple of skills that would change sort of your starting situation. And then when I go into the fight, the materials that I would use would maybe change this layout. So if you look here, you've got some pretty basic stuff. You've got a legend here that says, you fight an enemy, you get a rest, you get treasures, you get a merchant. This is just unknown. And then you've got the elite enemies that could give potentially really significant bonuses, but are much more difficult. And so if this was a crafting system, then every single one of these options would also come with some sort of a bonus, right? Maybe I used a lightning stone as part of this craft. And because I used a lightning stone, maybe I'm going to be more likely to get attack speed and lightning damage modifiers on my craft, right? So maybe this is attack speed. This is lightning damage. This is chance to proc, a lightning effect like shock or something like that. And then maybe this is just regular base damage, and this is critical strike chance. Right, so we got 3 things that are maybe lightning related, and then a couple of more basic things. Can't go on YouTube. You can't go on YouTube because your internet doesn't want you to, or you can't go on YouTube because it's not showing. Why does my stream always have to be annoying? Live isn't showing up. So I did a private live yesterday. Maybe I broke it and went private again today. Oh yeah, it does say that it's private. I changed it to public. Why is it going private on me? So if it's private, then you have to be like invited to join. I was doing it yesterday because I was testing some stuff with the game. So I needed to be live so that the interactions could work. But I didn't want like people showing up, right? I just needed to be able to look at it. Okay, well, let's go in here. Let's go to YouTube Studio. Let's go to content. Let's go to my current live. Let's view in live control room. And let's edit. And let's take it from private to public. Done. Save. Okay. Now let's go to my channel. It still doesn't look like it's showing. Maybe it'll take a second. Yo, what's up, Akko Taco? Hey, all right, it's working now. Fantastic. Now I need to go in. Hang on. And I need to remove myself there. Cool. Okay, we're done now. We got it all fixed. Everything's working the way it's supposed to. Do you have enough points? Your points on your YouTube and Twitch account will be different, Wyatt. They don't share points because they're two different users. Okay, cool. Are the character attacks not working? I'm not hearing the audio for it. Oh, they are working. Okay, sweet. Y'all will notice that there is now a set of stats down here. So here you have chat's health. Here you have their regen value. Here you have their basic attack value. And then here is going to be the crit value. So I'm going to add a crit system. Lurk did work. It didn't say anything, but if you look on here, you'll see that the regen value has gone up to 1. So now every minute, yeah, you're going to gain 1 health back. So if you look at here, we've got 894. In 1 minute, it's going to say 895. So every person who lurks gains 1 HP per minute back. Now, later on, eventually that lurk command is going to remove your ability to gain points or reduce your ability to gain points. For right now, it's not doing that at all, but in the future it will. But like we were talking about, so it'd be really cool if there was some sort of a system in here that was also building the weapon for you. So maybe I'm building like a sword, right? And I want to build a sword, and I've used a lightning ore and some sort of a wood for the handle or something. And those are the two resources that I'm using for this sword to create it. And so here at every different tier, right, at every different decision point, I would be adding something different. So maybe this is attack speed, and maybe that's what I want. So I would choose my attack speed buff, and then I'd go into some sort of a game system like this. So this is a completely different skill set than you would normally have if you were playing an MMO game, right? So now I've got a deck building skill set that's going to allow me to build an item. And so maybe I choose attack speed first. And so now I just have to defeat, right, these enemies. I don't know what's happening, but we're going to block. And if I defeat these enemies, then I'm going to add whatever the bonus was to well, I'm getting my butt kicked. But you can see there's some skill expression here, right? I lost a lot of HP that time, and I shouldn't have lost that much HP. So now I can choose to get some gold later for the merchant, right? And this is why a roguelite. Need more developers in the game so it progresses fast. Unfortunately, I can't pay anybody. So it's not really a possibility. It'll progress fast enough, though. It's a really simple game, right? All it is a combat system. So I think that my personal capabilities will be more than sufficient. But so this is why a roguelite lends itself so well to a crafting system, is you've got all of these incremental things that happen. And so this is stuff that's going to happen to help you on your journey through this particular craft. And so this would be where, skills and equipment and stuff like that could also come in really handy, is adding to the variety of these options here, but also adding to the magnitude of these options here. So instead of maybe only being able to get gold or a card, maybe I can get, a legendary card or more gold or some sort of a healing effect or something like that in between each of these rooms that I'm going to go to. So I'm going to choose a card from my deck, deal 6 damage, add a copy of this card into your discard pile. Okay, don't really care about that. Deal 3 damage to the random enemy 3 times. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. Let's go ahead and just do Boomerang Sword here. Oh, and I get gold. So those weren't options. Those were things that I got. So now that I've chosen this path, you'll see that I'm kind of stuck on the path that I'm going down, which is kind of interesting. Now, this is somewhere where the dev team could take a little liberty, right? You don't necessarily need to force me down this one path. Maybe just keep giving me all of the possible options, or maybe force me down the path. It's really kind of inconsequential. Maybe if there were more points where the different paths met up so that I could traverse across a little bit more, instead of things being quite so linear, that might be better. I really don't know. But here we've got an unknown room. So there could, again, be some really interesting stuff. We're going to gain max HP. But these are really interesting things that can help you develop your weapon or your craft as you go through the game. So maybe these unknowns don't give you anything, or maybe they give you something random. Maybe you can't know what they are. Maybe only combat encounters actually allow you to beef up the equipment. Here we've got an elite enemy. So when we go fight this elite enemy, which I'm going to go do, maybe this one really, really changes drastically. So now we would go in and we would do another fight, and this would be something that would add, something else to our weapon. So I don't know exactly what that thing would be. It could be, some more attack speed. It could be, anything, right? It could be some lightning damage. It could be some base damage. It could be, it doesn't really matter what it is. The point is that you just need something. Ethereal. If this card is in your hand at the end of the turn, it is exhausted. Exhausted cards are removed from your deck until the end of combat. Deal 20 damage for 2 points. Bloodletting. Lose 3 HP. Gain 2 pips. And another sword boomerang. I like that sword boomerang. It's pretty good. Yeah, so now we're going to go down this path that's going to take us eventually to this elite mob, because I would want to fight that. So we're going to go into another question. We're going to get a weird option here. We can gain 75 gold and lose 11 HP, or we can lose 39 gold. I think I'm going to go ahead and lose the HP. So this is just a random encounter, and I really like this system. These random encounter systems, because they're always coming with a bonus and a negative, would actually be really interesting for a crafting system, because they could be something like gain tons of attack speed, lose attack damage, or, gain damage and turn it into a two-handed weapon, or, they could be tons and tons of different stuff that, especially the more deep your itemization. So sadly, the progress on my marble race course is going slow because the battery for the drill is dead. Yeah, you said that yesterday. That's too bad, Wyatt. Sorry, I haven't really been paying attention to chat. I'm trying to... My brain is like super full of stuff right now. Super full. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to click gain some gold, lose some health here. And so these decision points, right? This this decision making my run potentially shorter, but then giving me some super powerful stuff, right? Lots of currency is really, really cool. And so that could be a really huge thing for the game, for the crafting. But just as a system, right, this just lends itself so well. We're going to block twice here, and then we're going to strike this dude once. And so there's so much. We're going to sword boomerang this dude a couple of times. Then we're going to smack him. Okay, we're going to defend twice. And we're going to smack him. I spelled smart wrong on purpose. I'm not dumb. Sure you did. Sure you did. I'm sure you're just as smart as me, Wyatt. Which is not a compliment. Deal 5 damage to all enemies X times. Ooh, that's cool. We're going to use that. All right. So now this is one of the big important ones, right? Is we've got an elite creature here, an elite fight. And so this would be an opportunity for something big to happen. I'm the smartest streamer you know. You must not know very many streamers, Wyatt. Must not know very many streamers. So this would be an opportunity for something huge to happen, like a damage proc or something like that for the weapon. Right? Something that would fundamentally change it. Some sort of a unique thing or something like that. And so we want to go in there and we want to do that. And so now you see this is going to be a significantly more difficult fight, and it's going to really drain my resources. And so if I'm going to take the risk of fighting this, then I need to get something really good out of it. Not just for the run, but also for the weapon. So I'm actually, I think I get a relic when I beat this, which is going to help me out just on this run. But then also I think we're going to defend, and then we're going to sword boomerang a couple of times here. Do you have 1,000 points on your YouTube? Ooh, nice. Now we can sword whirlwind. Ooh, but we really got to defend here. Let's defend, defend, and then we'll just strike this one time. Oh, I lost my whirlwind. Then we're going to defend, defend, strike. But you could change, you know, based on what class you're using. Oh my gosh. This is so awful. I'm going to lose right here. But based on what class you're using, right, you get different types of cards and stuff like that. Let's go ahead and whirlwind these things. Nice. You get different cards. And so when you get different cards, you know, obviously your strategies are going to change. Am I Restream Bot? Yes, I am now Restream Bot. I got it to do that independent of Restream Bot, because one day I won't be using Restream.io anymore. One day I'll be putting out. It had to die. It was necessary. Yeah, but you'll see, look at how many resources I'm losing here. Right, I'm down to 43 hit points. I've lost half of my HP. And I'm going to gain a little back, but it was worth it because I'm going to get a potion. I get the merchant restocks cards, relics, and potions. All prices are reduced by 20%. So I get a relic, which really improves my ability to play. I get this fear potion, which is going to be like a one-time use, really powerful thing for me. He's the only one that actually talked to me in chat. Well, now I'm here to talk to you in chat. And then I get all of these, you know, I get gold, I get cards, I get all that stuff. So fighting that boss really, really hurt my health. But it's also giving me a lot more value in this run and could potentially give me a lot more value on the weapon. I have to play a game? That's true. That's true. But part of my job is to talk to you in the chat as well, Wyatt. And I didn't mean me, the person. I meant me, you know, my account online that's replying to your stuff. Or that's relaying your stuff to the other chat. Yeah, so let's see. Gain 5 block and deal 5 damage. That's perfect. We're definitely going to take that. So we beat our elite mob. So if we take a look here at how far we've come, you know, say we were building a weapon right now. We've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things here. And each of these could be really small incremental things, right? You've made 6 small decisions about how your weapon is going to turn out. So it might be, you know, attack speed, a little bit of base damage, a little bit of attack range, a little more attack speed, you know, a little lightning damage. And then this one could be a big thing, like a lightning proc or, you know, a haste ability or something like that that could proc because of the lightning gem or something like that that's extremely unique and maybe doesn't come around a lot, right? This could be super rare. So now we move into our next question mark, We'll see we get another sort of interesting encounter. So you come across a dead adventurer. Now, these would obviously be themed based on your crafting. Maybe you come across a forge or something like that um, where you can have something that's thematic change the way the system works. So here we have the ability to maybe find loot, but 25% chance that the monster returns. I love this give and take, right? I love this push-pull. You maybe get something good, and then maybe you also end up with something bad, or you just say, fuck it, and you just leave. We're going to take the loot. Okay, and our monster did return, so now we have to fight, which is scary, because this dude is a beast. Look at this, 82 hit points. Is this Ben the dead guy? That's pretty funny. All right, he's not going to attack, so I'm going to hit him as hard as I can. Yeah, no, it's not good because I might lose. Right, he's going to hit me for 6 here, and I can only defend. Well, we can defend all of it, so let's defend twice, and then let's strike him because we can block all of his damage that way. Now he's going to do 15 to us, and I only have 1 defend. Oh, we've got this Iron Wave, which is 5 block, 5 damage. Cool. And then we'll hit with the boomerang. So we're going to block 10, but he's still going to do 8 to us. But we've only got him down about halfway. Use Ben as a meat shield. I wish I could do that. Unfortunately. Oh. Oh no, he's going to hit me for 30 here. That's bad. So let's just whack him as hard as I can here. Oh no. I might lose right here. This might be the end of it. Um, yeah, I can't kill him, and I can't defend enough points. This is the end. Even if I hit my defend, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, so, and this is the point, is there needs to be a failure state, right? This is a good thing. Dying here is a positive because it means that there was tons of more stuff I could have done to the weapon, right? So my skill, right, my level as a crafter isn't high enough. So I'm not starting with enough base HP. I'm not starting with good enough cards. I'm not starting with, whatever. I didn't use high enough tier materials to help me fight. I didn't have good enough skills. All of that stuff was impeding my ability to progress further through this specific run. And there's also sort of an RNG luck value, right? Like what relics did I get? If I didn't get a good relic, right, I got this courier relic, which is all about merchants. And so if I didn't get a good relic that was going to help me, or I didn't get a potion that was actually going to have been of value there, I actually probably could have won if I'd have used this. But if things didn't roll the right way for me, then that also impedes my ability to craft the item. And so now I've gotten to floor 7. I only got 6 of the buffs because I died in floor 7. Now my weapon is over. What's wrong, Wyatt? No, it doesn't look like it did. Do you have enough points? Yeah, it should say if you don't. Is it not saying if you don't? Let's see. Exclamation attack up. Okay. So it says you have 800 points, but it did not tell you. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go look at. Has it been telling you if you can't afford any of the things? Oh, when you did attack up before, it told you. Why didn't it tell you this last time? That's so weird. I probably need to work on some cues and stuff like that. Um, I imagine the game is getting complicated enough, and there's too much chat coming in sometimes that it's not parsing the information properly. And so I probably need to go ahead and look into that. But yeah, so like I was saying, this is an extraordinarily good thing to have this death state, this failure state. Because this failure state doesn't mean I don't get the weapon. It just means that I get the weapon in whatever value that I manage to reach, right? So I get a couple of increases to attack speed, maybe. Maybe I get a little bit of an increase to attack damage. I did beat one elite enemy, so maybe I get, a nice proc or something like that on the weapon. But ultimately, it's much, much weaker than it could have been because I had so much further to go, and I haven't even completed one of the floor bosses yet. And so, this is still going to be like a common or uncommon rarity item. It's not going to be, a rare or an epic or a legendary because I haven't cleared one of the floor bosses yet. Sorry, I'm getting some notifications here. Is that Wyatt? It is Wyatt. That is a super interesting pack of nerds there. Super, super interesting. I don't know if I could animate that. I am not a very good animator. But yeah, so now we'll go back. Right. This is cool. So floors climbed 7. We got 35 points. Enemies slain 3. We got 6 points. Exordium elites killed 1. We got 10 points. Bosses slain 0. We got 0 points. So this could be a really good way to get your um, your XP. Right. So this is maybe your XP screen that's going to help you level up as a certain type of crafter. And so now we'll go back to the main menu, and then we'll go back into play, and we'll craft a new weapon, right? So we go back into standard, we pick our weapon crafter again, we embark on our journey, and you're going to see we're reset back to the same point, right? You've got your deck, you've got a new map, right? So this is a brand new map. There are different connections. There's different stuff along the way. And then, you have the ability to use some skills maybe. Your equipment is going to change some things. You've got your gold. You've got your starting HP. The whale's name is Clyde. Okay. That's funny. Cool. So now, enemies in your next 3 combats have 1 HP or max HP plus 8. So again, these would be like stuff that you would get from equipment or stuff that you would get from skills or something like that. Something that would be like passives that you could get based on leveling up your crafting system. And so then you just choose one. So, okay, we're going to say enemies in the next 3 combats only have 1 HP. And then we're going to embark on our journey. And we're going to take a look again at what the possibilities are. We've got a merchant here. So this will help us on our run, make our run a lot easier. So we've got combat, merchant, combat, combat, rest. And then right into elite. So I actually think I want to go down. Oh, we've got 2 combat. Okay. So I think I actually want to go down this path. But this person would have been really hard, right? They had 48 hit points. But because I used that thing, and this is basically going to guarantee that I get to get so far. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand, deal 16 damage, deal 5 damage twice, cost 1 less pip for each time you lose HP this combat, deal 18 damage. I think we're going to use Twin Strike, we're going to grab our gold, and we're going to proceed. So, we gained some sort of value there. Maybe we gained a little bit of base attack damage there. And maybe this whole path is going to be mostly just base attack damage. So we're going to attack that guy. We're going to kill him. We're going to attack that guy. We're going to kill him. And we're basically in a position right now because of the option that we chose that we can't get any less than 3 combats completed. So that's going to be kind of a baseline. Like we've updated the baseline of how good our equipment can be. Apply 1 week to all enemies for 0. Whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. I actually really like that one. So now we're going to go to the merchant. So this could be a really interesting thing. Either it could just be for the run, right? You're earning this currency here. So this could be something that you're just improving stuff for your run specifically. Or it could even have implementations or could have an effect on the actual item, right? So that's totally up to whoever develops the system. So you gain 30 block. You cannot gain block from cards for 2 turns exhaust. Actually, I really like this. That's a really good. Yeah. So we're going to buy that and we're going to proceed. And so now we're going into another combat. Maybe this is a little more base damage, right? Again, maybe I'm just gaining a little bit of base damage all the time on these. UE game makes me want to animate for... I appreciate that. I really do. But I seriously, I cannot accept any work from anybody that I can't pay for. And I can't pay. So that is really not an option at this point. Let's see. So we're going to beat the shit out of this dude. And then we're going to move on. And then let's beat the shit out of him some more. Because he's not even attacking me right now. This is fantastic. Oh, no, there's 2 of them. Let's beat the shit out of him a lot. So now one of them wants to attack me. So we can gain 6 block. We can deal 3 damage or 5 damage. Are you still not quite there yet? takes a lot of points. Whack this dude. All right. Gain 2 strength. At the end of this turn, lose 2 strength. Deal 8 damage to all enemies. Deal 9 damage. Put a card from your discard pile on top of your draw pile. I think I like deal 8 damage to all enemies and gain some coin. So now we get to a really interesting thing here. And this is just a rest location. And the rest location can give us back health, or it can allow us to upgrade a card. Now, I think this is a really interesting thing for specifically... Okay, that would deal 7 damage twice. This would give us 5 block. Ooh, I really like that. Yeah, we're going to confirm that. This would be really interesting, though, in my opinion, because this is where, like, some of your forging skills and stuff could really come into play. And then here we've got an epic monster, right? So we want to fight that epic monster because we want to... we want to gain as much value as we can from the combat. So we want to get, we want to get whatever the special effect is going to be that would end up triggering for our weapon here. Because this is going to be, right, I'm already losing way more HP than I normally would. And I'm going to continue to lose even more because I don't have the ability to defend right now, right? This is a really hard fight, and it potentially has really good implications for our... I used Open Tunes, which is a free 2D rigging and animation software. So I took the image that has the T-pose, and then I rigged it up with joints. And then, ooh, this sucks. I rigged it up with joints, and then I made the little animations on a timeline. Those are actually the first 2 animations I've ever made in my entire life. So I'm pretty happy with them. I do need to change the character's attack because right now it takes too long for it to kick up. So I think if I shortened the duration of the animation and made it a little faster, that would probably be a little cooler. Like make it go into the animation faster and then hold there for a little bit and then come out of the animation faster, I think would probably be better. But it's just a placeholder for now. It's fine. Let's see. Gain 8 block, draw 1 card. Deal 8 damage to all enemies, or double your strength, exhaust. Let's get another cleave. We'll get our lantern here. Start each combat with an additional pip. Nice. If the different attacks had cooler and different ones each, that would be sick. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Wyatt. We definitely want to do lots of animations. Actually, let's hit the rest. Let's gain back some HP so we can go a little further. We're already further along than we were on the last one, right? Which is super cool. So this would end up being a better weapon. Now we get a chest. So we're going to get a bonus here. We're going to get some gold there. That's nice. And then we'll proceed. We're now on floor 9. How do you get into the tunes thing? Open tunes? If you just look up open tunes on the internet, It is actually Tunes with a Z, Wyatt. It's Open Tunes with a Z, and it's just a software download. But the other important thing that's to stall the dino, by the way. Oh, okay. Yeah, every time you a punch in a chat, it stalls the dino by 10 seconds, which you've actually been doing a really good job of so far. But so the other thing about this is you see, this is how long this run has lasted. Now, this is inflated because I've been talking a lot, but this has been an 11-minute run, which means however good this item comes out, it took 11 minutes to craft this item. Because of that, um, because of how long it's taking, you don't have to have gathering be nearly as tedious as it is, right? You don't have to worry nearly as much about items breaking too quickly because the amount of time it takes to forge a new item is so long that items' durabilities can last longer. Even if you decide to have them break at some point, you're ultimately still not hurting the balance of the economy because you're absorbing so much player time just to make the item. And so if you could absorb, 10 minutes per basic item and say 30 to 45 minutes per like truly legendary tier item, then um, no, it doesn't look like it worked. It should be working. Let's go look at variables. Persistent user variables. YouTube. Wyatt. Yeah, I mean, you have 1,300 points. So it should definitely be working. What the hell? Yeah, well, you should say heck. You're only 12. I say hell. I'm a grown ass man. Mama says life's like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get. What is going on? Why is this not working? I love you, Jenny. What if I type attack up? Well, it told me it worked. I wonder why it's not working for you specifically. It's got to be a Q thing. You got to be typing too fast or something, and it's causing a problem. Oh, you know what it is? It's because there's a timer on uh, on the command. There's a timer on it. So if you've tried to use that command in the past, then you can't use that command again for an hour. And so because you've been trying to use it and it's been telling you you can't. Well, so the reason for that is because you don't want multiple people to be able to use the attack up command over and over again, right? Because then you end up in a situation where you could just always have the attack up buff going. So you want it to be not a permanent thing, and you don't want it to be able to stack. So if you use it and fail, it still registers as using the command. So I'll have to look into something and try and find a way where it only triggers that global cooldown on the command if it actually goes through. But I'm not 100% sure on whether or not that's even possible. So we'll have to look into it. Let's see here. We got a duder. So let's bash that nerd and let's bash him again. Sure, let's do 8 damage. And then let's defend twice. Nice. Let's twin strike him. And let's just beat his ass. And then we'll twin strike him again. And then we'll cleave him. And then we'll strike him. Yeah, we got him. We stole our 30 gold back. He tried to take 30 gold from us. Yeah, the more I play this game right now, and the more I look at the possibility of having this game be a crafting system, the more and more excited I am about the possibility of that maybe one day being a reality. This is just so good. Especially, I mean, look up here. Look at how many connections we're making here and how many different paths we can go down and how convoluted this can get. If this was even more connected and more convoluted and allowed you to drift sort of back and forth through these paths, I mean, that could just be such a cool fucking system. This game is so well designed and so much fun. and having it as sort of a secondary system would be really, really cool. So we're going to, let's see, this person is not coming after us. We're going to bash them with some vulnerability, and then we're going to strike them. Now they're enraged, so they're doing more damage. True Grit gains 7 block, exhaust 1 card at random. We're going to cleave this dude. We're going to cleave this dude. And then we're going to go ahead and rock some block. And then, unfortunately, we just need to strike, strike, strike. Now we're going to rage. We're going to twin attack. We're going to bash. Combo breaker. Oh, goodness. You're beating the shit out of this poor dude. My poor boss. Nunchuck. Every time you play 10 attacks, gain a pip. Hell yeah. All right. Now we have an option for a question or a rest. I actually think I want to go question here. Upgrade 2 random cards and lose some HP. I think we're doing it. Nice. Then let's go fight again. If I'd have done that in the opposite order, they would have died last turn. I'm entangled and I can't play attacks. All I have is attacks. What are you doing to me, game? Oh no, I only have 22 hit points left. Uppercut. Hyper uppercut. Having 2 accounts is sweet. Where's the poor boss's health at right now? What are y'all doing to this thing? Oh my gosh, my boss only has 645 HP left. What are you doing? Why are you trying to kill my boss, dude? You're so mean. All right, what do we got here? All right. Let's gain a couple of pips. And then let's bash that nerd. Let's twin strike that nerd. Yeah, boss got an attack. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. Boss OP. Boss OP. Panic. Just did something. I really want the boss to kill you. That's what I want. Boss has too much health for the first boss. So, I mean, it's got to be balanced for lots of people, though. So, if there were like 5 or 6 people in here, that 1,000 hit points would already be gone. So, and it's also not going to be like a restart every day thing. The boss fight game is actually going to be persistent for however long it takes until you eventually lose. I mean, you're not weak. You're just only one person, right? It's a boss. You're a cluster of nerds, right? There has to be lots of people there for the cluster to be powerful. But again, it's going to be persistent. So as you defeat the boss, you're going to maintain whatever HP you had, and then you're going to gain an item. Okay, you're 2 people. I'm sorry. But then you're going to gain an item when you defeat the boss, which is going to make you, your base attack stronger or something like that. And then the next boss is going to come in and you're going to fight that boss. And I'll probably keep a tally. So instead of the bosses, each different boss being stronger, I'll probably create a variable. And that variable will keep track of how many bosses you've defeated. And then it'll bring in a random boss. And then that variable will multiply the boss's strength based on how many bosses you've killed. So if you've killed 3 bosses, maybe it'll have like 1.5 times its health, and it'll attack stronger and stuff like that. So we'll see. There's lots of stuff that has to get done, right? We're doing really, really small incremental changes right now because, like you mentioned before, I'm just one person. We're going to hit a rest on the smith here, or on the rest point here. We have 58 hit points and we're going into the boss. Now this is something I really wanted to reach because this is a really important part of that potential gameplay loop. Because this right here would be where you changed the rarity of the item, right? So up to this point, we were only having a common rarity. And now that we're going to beat the boss, if we beat the boss, we're going to move into uncommon rarity, which is going to maybe increase like all of the base stats of the item to this next tier of rarity. So this is like a super, super important one. Now he's blocking right now. We're going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and pommel strike. And then let's see, we've got 0, 1, 2. So we don't actually need the anger. We're going to strike, we're going to strike, we're going to strike. He's not going to attack us, so we're not going to waste these cards, and we're just going to go. What's your idea, Wyatt? Now it says he's going to do 32 damage to us, so we're going to block for 8. And then we're going to twin strike. And then we're going to true grit. All right. We want to... He's not going to attack us, so we just want to hit as hard as we can. And then we end our turn. Now he's going to strike us again, so we want to block if we can here. And then we're going to hit the cleave, and then we're going to attack him. And that'll be good enough. You have 4 email. Oh my goodness, Wyatt. Oh my goodness. What are you trying to do? We're going to need to defend this. What kind of potions do we have? Play the top 3 cards of your draw pile. Nice. Nice. So let's pommel strike him. And then let's strike him. Okay, he's going to hit us for 5 times 4, which is 20, so we're going to want to rage. We're going to go ahead and strike. And strike. And we'll end our turn there, so we're going to take 10 damage here. So we're down to 16. He's not attacking us, so we're going to anger. We're going to strike. We're going to strike. Then we're going to want to bash and defend. We apply some weakness here. And then let's hit strike. Oh, we're going to lose right here. Yeah, we're going to take 12 damage, and that's going to be the end of it. Womp womp. So we were unable to beat the boss this time. But this is, again, I could not even imagine how cool it would be. So last time we made it 7 floors. This time we made it 16, right? So the weapon we could have created this time would have been twice as improved as the weapon we made last time. And that's just within the common rarity space, right? Then we beat this boss and we move on to uncommon. And then we beat the uncommon boss and we move on to rare. Then we beat the rare boss, we move on to epic. We beat the epic boss, we move on to legendary. So you're talking about a run that took me, 20, 25 minutes, and we haven't even increased the rarity yet. Now, obviously, because I'm spending so much time talking, because we're spending so much time working on the game while we're doing this, and just looking at some different stuff, there is less. I'm going more slowly than you would if you were just playing. But this is such a good potential crafting system. I mean, I can't. And then again, you get your score, and your score kind of equates to your XP. So you level up faster based on how well you do, based on how much stuff you do in here. And then you move on, and you play again. There's tons of stuff that you could do with these unlocks, right? A lot of these unlocks could be based on, leveling up your crafts and the specific crafts that you're using. And so as you level up weapon crafting, right, you're unlocking weapon cards. You're unlocking relics that are going to help you in your weapon crafting that are themed for weapons. You're unlocking all of that different stuff. You've got your statistics, which I think are great. Apparently, I've played this game for 24 hours, and I've almost discovered all the cards. Is Jackie Harrison also you, Wyatt? Is that your mom's account? Jeez, run history? That's interesting. Yeah, so there's tons of great stuff in here. Being able to look at, like, what things did what. This seed thing is kind of interesting, because this seed could also be based on the crafting materials you used, the resources you used. And so that could really change the outcome. And you could look, how did I do in this specific situation? What was I able to accomplish here? What floors did I run into? Stuff like that. So I like the idea of this seed stuff. These seeds could be used as sort of like a blueprint. So that if you get a certain craft that allows you to make a specific weapon, being able to blueprint that seed so that you can go back and do that same seed again would be a really interesting idea. So that you can try and make replicas of that same weapon. So that's, I mean, super interesting. Does it not work if you try and watch the stream on more than one account? Yeah, you'd have to use more than one device. You couldn't, or more than one web browser. So if you have like the Chrome web browser and one of the others, it would probably work. But yeah, this is super cool. Every time I look at any of the different things in here, and this game, you know, Slay the Spire, I'm pretty sure was made by a single individual. This is not a terribly complicated game to make. You know, this is a really good job, and I'm not trying to downplay the creativity and the skill of the person who made this game. But for a AAA studio that's making an MMO, replicating something like this is a side project for, you know, a team of 5 or 6 people. So you don't really need tons and tons of dedicated resources to be able to get something like this implemented over the course of the development cycle of an entire MMO. And the value that you could gain from a crafting system that is legitimately taking time, right? That is absorbing player time to create an item. Imagine getting to legitimately be a crafter in an MMO game, right? You log in and people start sending you direct messages because they know that you're not just the highest level crafter, but really good specifically at the gameplay loop required for crafting. Now that we know that we've got these seeds in this run history, right? This could even mean that you might have special blueprints that other people don't have access to, right? I might have a special seed that if I bring the proper resources, I can replicate a specific dungeon layout or a specific tower layout so that I can specifically get the weapon that somebody wants by following a path that I already know exists. So I can sort of guarantee, you know, one specific legendary outcome, right? Maybe the boss fight of the last room of this seed that would take me to creating a legendary item has a proc that people really like, right? Like a proc for a haste buff or something like that that increases all of your action speeds, including movement and attack speed, by, you know, 10% or something like that. And it's a really, really strong buff, but it's a really, really uncommon buff to get at the end of a seed. And so knowing that I have that seed, knowing that I have that blueprint, and knowing that I'm good enough to get to that final boss in the run frequently enough to make it valuable, now I have people coming to me specifically because of this value that I have that other people maybe don't. And so, I mean, just such an exciting way to be able to craft an item. And then you've got the meta progression, right? You've got unlocking certain things. You've got upgrading skills. You've got upgrading equipment, you know, specifically crafter equipment and stuff like that that you're using. And because of that, your meta progression is so cool. Here we've got a bunch of different options. So these are really different from what we've seen in the past. Right? Normally I get +8 health. I wonder why I'm getting this different set of options now. We're going to lose our starting relic, and we're going to obtain a boss relic. What do we get here? Gain 1 pip at the start of your turn. You can no longer rest at rest sites. Ooh, that's crazy. Oh, okay, and this is a much more... That's really interesting. This one only has 3 possible paths, right? Instead of the 5 that were there before. I wonder what happened. Why is this map this way? But that could be another option for some of the resources you're using, right? We talked a little bit about specific resources, maybe adding specific bonuses, right? Like a lightning ore might add specifically attack speed and lightning damage buffs. But then there may be like a null ore or something like that that removes some of the options so that you're only getting these paths that have really, really specific options, and you don't get these paths that maybe have generic options. So there's lots of different stuff that can happen with the gatherables as well. And so this needs to be not just a crafting system, but also a gathering system. Gotta go, sorry, but I can't go too far into the streams because it's too late. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Wyatt. Eventually, my sleep schedule will rotate back around, and I'll start waking up earlier in the day, so I'll start streaming earlier in the day. But I'm gonna have to kind of travel through time as I do that. Um, and I'm in such a better mood now that I'm sleeping more because I'm not trying to stay awake, or I'm not trying to wake up at a certain time. That it's just too good for the streams for me to be, positive and happy and stuff like that. So I can't keep to a schedule because it ruins my day. We'll be back around. I'll keep waking up later and later, and so I'll be streaming later and later, and then we'll end up back around to the daytime. And yeah, that'll just kind of be the way it goes. But thanks for coming by, and thanks for helping me test some of the new stuff, and make sure everything was working good. And I really appreciate that. And we'll just keep working on the game, and it's going to be super fun. I'm really excited about the game. I really am. I think this chat boss game is something that my stream is going to have that just nobody else has, right? I think it's super unique. So I'm very happy about it. Tell the next person I got the boss low for him. I will. Appreciate it, Wyatt. Good work today. Later, Wyatt. Have a great day. Okay. So we're going to put this on. Be back soon. And then we're actually going to go ahead and leave. The game, and we're going to see if we can get Last Epoch to run. Whoops. Because I want to be playing Last Epoch. The fact that it hasn't been working has been upsetting me. Oh no, the attack buff faded. Wow, 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 wow. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no. Nope, still not working. What is going on, Last Epoch? Why are you ruining my life? That's fine. We're just gonna play more Slay the Spire. Because I can't get over this idea. It is too good. Um I don't want to get over this idea. This is like all encompassing for me. Slay the Spire as a crafting system for an MMO is so good that I'm just going to keep talking about it. And I'm going to keep talking about it. And I'm going to keep talking about it. And I'm going to keep talking about it until somebody makes it. Because I don't have the skills required. Right? I'm not capable of turning... I'm not capable of making an MMO game. But I'm certainly not capable of turning this game into an MMO crafting system. But it is entirely doable. And even my basic ideas could be expanded on so drastically. I mean, you could make this such a fucking cool crafting system. And so I'm fucking playing. And I'm just going to keep harping on this for freaking ever. But let's play some more Slay the Spire. So let's go here. And let's see, what do we got? We got 2 enemies doing 5 and 6 damage. I could kill this one with a bash. Oh no, if I hit this one, no, so I won't. So we want to block, then we're going to want to strike that one, and we're going to want to strike that one. We're going to want to end turn. We're going to take 6 damage, and that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Alright, fantastic. Let's add a card to our deck here. Havoc. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. Gain 5 block, deal 5 damage. Absolutely. And then we go in here, we fight another enemy. We can defeat that guy, bash that guy. Hell yeah. Starting with 1 extra pip is gonna be great because we can defend double here and hit that dude. Oh, I could have killed him. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna take damage that I didn't need to take right there. Alack and alas. A colorless potion? What's a colorless potion do? Choose one of 3 random colorless cards to add to your hand. It costs 0 this turn. Ooh. Alright. We got Shockwave. Apply 3 weak and vulnerable to all enemies. Exhaust. Blood for blood costs 1 less pip for each time you lose HP this combat. Deal 18 damage. Gain 12 block whenever you are attacked this turn. Deal 4 damage back. Ooh. I don't want one of these. Let's do blood for blood, actually. That's definitely the most damage I could have done. Now we've got 6 damage coming in. Let's hit that. And then let's bash. Let's strike. We'll take the 1 hit point. That's fine. And now we've got strike, strike, dead. Nice. Good work. Add a card to your deck. War Cry. Draw 1 card. Put a card from your hand into the top of your draw pile. Exhaust. Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw one card or cleave. All right, now we go to the question mark. Ooh. So here's the thing. I'm not going to be able to rest at rests. So there's kind of some value in taking the heal here. But let's actually go ahead and do +5 max HP. And then let's go in here and fight some duders. Let's see. We're going to hit him and gain 5 block. We're going to hit him 2 more times. And then we're going to hit our defend, and we're going to take 0 damage from him this turn. Nice. Now, we definitely want to hit him with the bash, and then we want to go ahead and gain 10 block. And we want to take 2 damage. We've taken a little damage, which means this now costs less, so we can do 18. We'd need to be able to do another 5. Oh, he does have a vulnerable, so that's actually enough to take him out. Nice. Good deal. And we add a card to our deck. What are we going to get? Uppercut, weaken vulnerable. In 12 block. Let's do uppercut. Hyper uppercut. Now, do I want to fight this epic? Or do I want to go, let's go to the rest first, and let's go to the smithy. Let's upgrade one of my combats here. Ooh, yeah, we're going to upgrade that. And then we're going to fight the elite. Oh, this is permanent. Why is it down to 3? Or is it always just down to 3? Now that it's upgraded. Okay, good deal. We've got uppercut, we've got bash. Let's go ahead and hit the uppercut. And we're going to hit a defend, and then we're going to smack this dude down. Oh no. Chat's going to start taking tons of damage because there's nobody in the chat. What are we going to do? We're going to whack that dude. And then we're going to take all that. Yeah, blocked all that damage. What you gonna do, bud? Next, we definitely want to hit the cleave. We definitely want to hit the iron wave. We definitely want to strike that dude. Then we'll go back here and we'll strike his buddy. We'll end our turn. We're gonna take 4 damage here, which sucks, but it had to happen. We're gonna hyper uppercut that guy, and then we're gonna take 2 blocks. We take 0 damage. Hyper uppercut. Then we're going to smack this dude. Then we're going to block. We're going to take 4 damage here, which is unfortunate, but all those days were really getting in the way. Ooh, blood for blood. We're going to strike that dude, kill him. We're going to blood for blood that guy, and we're going to have to take that 9 damage in the face. And then we cleave, and we strike. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, we get a mango. Upon pickup, raise your maximum HP by 14. Mango's so good. What do we got here? Deal 6 damage. Deals 2 additional damage for all your cards containing strike. Deal 12 damage, apply 2 weak. Or deal 8 damage, increase this card's damage by 5 this combat. Let's do some rampage. And let's get in here. Okay. We have an enemy that is not doing anything this turn, so we're going to beat his ass. Still not doing anything. We want to hit him with a rampage. We should have hyper uppercutted him first, but that's fine, and then we hit him there. He's going to split now, but he's only got 7 each. Ooh, nice. Okay, that went super duper well. This whole run is going better than any of our previous runs. Really happy about it. Inflame, gain 2 strength. Combust. We're actually going to go for gain 2 strength, of course. And then we're going to hit ourselves a nice little treasure chest. Get a horn cleat. What does that do? At the start of your 2nd turn, gain 14 block. Holy shit. All right, let's go up here. Let's hit the smithy. What are we going to do? Can we... Ooh, we could gain 3 strength. We could get this up to interesting. About hyper uppercut. 11 damage to all enemies. 7 and 7. Let's do 11 damage to all enemies. All right, and then let's go fight another boss. Let's see. We want to hyper uppercut that dude, and then we should be able to bop him to death. Now, we are going to take 9 damage, but that's okay. We now have 14. Unfortunately, this nerd's not going to attack us again. But that's cool. We win. Ooh, add a card to my deck. Play the top card, Twin Strike. Let's get another Rampage. All right, what do we got? Ooh, we got a Cleave, and you're all fucked. And we strike you. And we strike you. Nice. I don't think we'll take a card this time. I think that's fine. Now let's go fight this dude. What do you got? We're gonna inflame. Then we're gonna just smack homeboy here down. We're gonna eat this 10 damage. And then you're dead. All right. Oh, whoops. Now what I wanted. Now we've got an elite. We're going to hit the inflame. We're going to whack that dude. We definitely want to use our rampage because that's going to strengthen. I should have used bash first. That's okay. We're going to cleave that nerd. We're going to end turn. We definitely want to go ahead and rampage again. But before we do that, hyper uppercut, rampage. And a strike. We definitely don't have enough block. But blood for blood, there you go. Meal ticket. Whenever you enter a shop, heal 15 HP. Ooh, that's nice. Let's see. Deal 14 damage. Strength affects this card 3 times. Ooh, that's exciting. Body slam. Feel no pain. Let's take a heavy blade. I'm really enjoying just hitting things real fucking hard right now. And let's go ahead and I think we'll upgrade this one. And then it's boss time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if I can get through this first boss. Oh, we get to start there. That's nice. We get to hit with the rampage. That's great. And then let's go ahead and whack this fool. Just freaking hard. That seems good. He's going to be trying to hit us for 9. Okay. Cool, cool. Let's bash. Let's defend. Let's defend. Took a lot of damage there. That was unfortunate. Let's see what we can do here. I don't have any blocks, so body slam is useless. We're gonna want to hit the cleave. We're gonna want to hit the rampage. We're gonna want to double strike. Nice. Okay, so I take 3 damage every time I attack him when he's in this mode. So we definitely want to just defend, right? We want to keep all that damage from hitting us. No, I can take 3 damage and hit this rampage. I think that's worth it, but I don't think these other ones are necessarily worth. Well, maybe this one is. Let's hit the rampage because I want to boost that. And let's just end turn with a little bit of pips. Okay, so now we want to hit that defend real hard again. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. So let's see. We'll take 6 damage if we don't do anything else. But if I bash, well, if I uppercut, I get 2, or I get a weakness. So he does less damage. So now he's only doing 12. So I'm only taking 5. So I actually saved myself some damage and did a little bit of damage there, so that's good. Now we have, ooh, nice, blood for blood is free. So we smack the shit out of him. We hit him with the iron wave. We hit him with a defend. And then we go ahead and rock the body slam. We're going to take 10 damage here. We're going to be down to 8 hit points. We're getting real close to dead. We've got to be able to hit him for 30. So I think if we bash and we heavy blade, we win. Oh no. Oh no. That was... Drink the colorless potion. Well, that was useless. Cool, thanks. Okay. Can we just end your life here? Nice. Oh my goodness. We are so very close to dead. Block is not removed at the start of your turn. Ooh. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. Put a card from your exhaust pile. I think I like this one the most. Ooh, gain a pip at the start of your turn. You can no longer obtain potions. Upon pickup, transform all strike cards into defend cards. Upon pickup, obtain a unique curse and 3 relics. I think we're going to go with another pip and no potions, because I don't use potions anyway, because I suck. Okay, so in this crazy realm in our brain, where we're building an item, this would be... Oh, I went all the way back up to max health. I don't think I like that necessarily for the crafting game, but I don't necessarily have a problem with it in this game. But in this crazy world where Slay the Spire is a crafting system, this would be moving up to another tier of rarity for the item. So we were just now crafting a common item or an uncommon item. Maybe a common item is just plain with no bonuses. Uncommon would be, anything that we got through that first floor of rooms. And now we'd be moving maybe into the rare tier of items. And so the reason this is so interesting is because it gives you the ability to change the rarity. It gives you a lot of control over deterministically choosing what is happening to the item, and it's absorbing so much time, right? I went through that fight fairly quickly, at least for me. And it took me 18 minutes to get through the first floor. Now, if there were, say, 5 floors, right, it might take me an hour to make an item, to get a legendary item out of it. And so that really, really mitigates how much grinding bullshit you need a person to have to do in order to get the items that they want. Because imagine you've got helmet, chest piece, legs, gloves, boots, weapon, offhand, 2 rings, amulet, right? You've got all of these different gear slots that you have to fill out to make a full set of gear. And if it takes, an hour to make an item, then that means to complete your character, you're looking at a whole day of crafting, even for a person like me who plays a lot, right? That's 7 or 8 hours of your day being absorbed by crafting, which means that crafters are now going to be able to play the game exclusively in that fashion, right? Crafting items for players, getting with players and having them tell them, okay, this is what I want. It brings a whole new concept to streaming, right? I could be streaming what I'm crafting for a person, and they could come over and they could actually watch me do it. And they could say, okay, I want this buff. Okay, I want this buff. Okay, I want this buff. And I could go through and play the game, getting all the buffs that they want, right? It's so much more in depth, so much more interesting to be able to create an item in an MMO using a system like this instead of just a fucking menu. I'm so tired of menus in my crafting systems. Menus are not gameplay, right? That's trashed here. We've been doing that. The first MMO I ever played was Dark Age of Camelot, and that was how crafting went in that game. And even that was more interesting because you had the ability to enchant the weapons, and you had the ability to overload their ability to hold certain amounts of enchantment and potentially blow up and destroy the item and actually kill yourself. So even that was more interesting than, like, say, New World's crafting system now, which is literally just a menu and you just click the button and RNG takes over. So we need a gamified crafting system. We can't just have drop-down menus. That's not gameplay. That's garbage. And so now, if we were making an item, right, we would be now moving into our rare tier. So you could imagine, these could be some more attack speed, attack damage, and attack range buffs, right? So I'm making a sword. This could increase my attack range a little. This could increase my damage a little. This could increase my attack speed a little. And maybe I'm a dual wielder, right? So I want attack speed. So let's do that. And so now we're looking here. We're going to go ahead and defend. We're probably going to go ahead and blood for blood. Nope. Let's go ahead and bash. We should be... Oh, no, we're not yet. And then we'll rampage this fool because we want that rampage to get better, and then we'll strike him. And we'll end our turn. We're going to take 5 points of damage here, but that's okay. On turn 2, we get a lot of bonus shield. This person is not actually going to attack me, but that means body slam is really powerful. That means we actually get to go ahead and use all of our abilities. Nice. And now we just need to go ahead and smack that person down. Fantastic. Do we want to add, choose an attack or power card, add a copy of that card to your hand? No, thank you. Sword boomerang, true grit. I actually love sword boomerang. I think it's super dope. And so every one of these rooms that we go into, right, they're leading us towards our failure state, which would end our craft, which would mean that we would get an item that was only as good as however much we had put into it up to this point. So your failure state isn't losing your item, right? Your failure state isn't gaining nothing. Your failure state is gaining something that's only as good as you made it up to that point. And all of these tiny little decisions that you're making are just slowly increasing the quality of your weapon or your piece of armor or whatever it is, right? And so having that friction, right, constantly being pushed towards your failure state and having to not just be able to defeat the enemies, but having to be able to defeat the enemies and preserve, right? This game is so good. Slay the Spire in and of itself is such a genius game because of that friction that it adds, because of, the different layouts and different things you can do and the choices you have to make, right? If you go and rest so that you can gain back HP, that means you're not gaining more cards in your deck. That means you're not using the Forge to improve your cards. That means you're not, maybe going to a merchant to buy new cards, right? So there's tons of friction with every decision you make in this game. And that's what it needs to be about, because that's what crafting an item is. That's what forging an item is making these decisions. Like, okay, I need to lengthen this piece of steel out. But as I lengthen that piece of steel out, I'm also weakening that steel, right? I'm making it less rigid, making it potentially more flexible. I'm giving it the ability to break. And so I've constantly got to be sort of measuring what I'm doing as I create an item, as I morph that steel into whatever it is I'm trying to create. And so the same thing is true here, right? There's a little bit of push, a little bit of pull. If you go too hard down the path of making the item good by fighting lots and lots of enemies, or by fighting lots and lots of strong enemies, then there's a potential that at some point I'm going to stop being able to do anything to the item because I've gone too far down one path, right? I've made the sword too long. I've made the sword too light. And if I continue crafting on that sword at all, then I would end up with an inferior product. And ultimately what that's going to mean is I'm going to have fought too many strong enemies, and I'm going to have no more hit points. I'm going to lose, and I'm just going to get the item at that point. And so the system that was created for Slay the Spire also has some really good, like, real world analogies that could fit really well into the lore of your crafting system. And so, I mean, it's because the systems are so similar, right? Crafting is about small decisions and the consequences of those decisions, and roguelike games, specifically Slay the Spire, is about making small decisions as you go and the consequences of those decisions. So they fit so well together. And I would be so excited to see this as a crafting system in a game. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get to defend myself very much here. Whenever you gain block, deal 5 damage. Well, I don't have very many blocks, but we're going to go ahead and add that power there. Then we're going to uppercut this fool. Then we're going to boomerang. And unfortunately, we are going to take a lot of damage here. We want to go ahead and inflame. Let's get some healing. Okay, that dude's nuked. And let's do that. And let's rampage him. Iron wave him. Strike him. And we win. Steal back my gold. Add a card to my deck. No, I shouldn't be adding all of these cards to my deck. I should be more careful. But I'm not actually very good at Slay the Spire. I've only played about 24 hours of this game, and I don't think I've ever actually beaten a run. If the enemy intends to attack, gain 3 strength. Ooh, that's cool. Lose a relic, obtain a special relic. Oh, lose mango, obtain a special relic. Or lose Sozu and obtain a special relic. Which one's Sozu? I definitely don't want to lose my pip. I could lose my 15 max HP. Give me that special relic. What did I get? Triple the chance of finding rare cards from combat rewards. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I've got 400 coins, so I definitely want to go see this merchant right now. Let's see what we can do here. We can buy some relics. When you would die, heal to 50% of your max HP instead. It works once. Ooh. I almost know that I want that already. Upon picking up, choose an attack. I think this is a potion, right? Maybe not. Start each combat with this card in your hand. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Upon pickup, obtain an additional copy of a card in your deck. Till next turn, prevents damage. Okay, these are potions. Honestly, I kind of want a second life here. I like that. Card removal service. I do need to get rid of some of my strike cards because I don't have enough defend cards right now. So I think we'll just get rid of some base strike. Yeah, thanks, bud. And now we move into our question mark. Ooh, chest. Bottled Tornado. Upon pickup, choose a power card. Start each combat with that card in hand. Oh my goodness, we're going to start with this one. Okay, now we can go, right? We can be a wuss and we can go rest. Or, since we have 91 HP here, let's go fight this epic. Okay, let's go ahead and trigger our Juggernaut power. Let's go ahead and gain some points there. And let's go ahead and boomerang and strike. I could have used spot weakness for some extra strength. But I didn't have enough strikes that turn to really make that valuable. That hurt a lot. I took a ridiculous amount of damage there. I want to go ahead and uppercut somebody. And then I want to go ahead and cleave everyone. And then I probably want to blood that person. And then let's go ahead and rampage that person. Okay. And then, yeah, we'll defend. Fantastic. Okay. We're going to smack that dude. We're going to rampage him. Then we're going to smack this person twice real quick. We're going to take another 12, but we are going to end up winning that fight. That was a rough one. Needle and thread start each combat with 4 plated armor. Nice. What's a plated armor? Gold. We can't take the potion. Apply 3 weak and vulnerable to all enemies. This is actually a really good one. Apply 1 weak to all enemies. That's actually a really good one. Deal 21 damage to all enemies. Add a burn into your discard pile. Well, let's take that one. And then can I, like, get rid of... Yeah. Yeah, let's just do that. It didn't go into my potion slot. Oh, I straight up can't gain potions. Right. Right. Okay. I remember now. Well, let's go to the smithy. And let's boost some stuff. I don't think another strength. Yeah, let's do this one, actually. And then let's fight another fight here. Let's see. We've got both Inflame and Juggernaut. So we might as well just go ahead with that. Let's go ahead and gain some points. And then let's rampage this nerd. I'm going to take some damage here. Nothing I can do about that. Everything seems to be defending on their second turn, which is weird. And I don't like it. This is fun. Gain block, deal damage, and then deal extra damage because of my other thing. That's really cool. We've got 20 block, or we've got 17 blocks. We're going to do 20 damage there. We can cleave everyone for 14. And we can rampage that person down. Nice. Then we'll gain some block. We'll do some damage. We'll strike them. We should have bashed them first. Strike him again. Whoops. That fight should have ended that turn. I should not be taking this damage. Oh, okay, they just died. Cool. Cool. Got saved through our stupidity. Get another body slam. We need to start working on block stuff. And then do we go treasure chest over here or treasure chest over here? Let's go treasure chest over here. Ooh, the courier. I don't actually like that. We could go to a merchant or we could go fight. And so this is, again, where things are going to start to change because I think that you should only gain bonuses to the weapon that you're crafting if you're fighting something. So all of these merchants, all of these rest locations wouldn't actually be improving your item. They're just things that you would do instead of improving your item to make it possible to get further in your run, just like they are now. Now, obviously, question marks would potentially improve your item, but only if you ended up with some sort of a combat encounter there. So, potentially some really, really interesting implications of what exactly is going on when you're doing these runs, when you're crafting these items. And so now we go in here. Let's go to the merchant. Let's see what the merchant... Oh, I don't have any currency. Why did I go to the merchant? I am a dumbo. Well, let's go over to the question mark. A long line of hooded figures can be seen entering an unassuming cathedral. Naturally, you join the line and are quickly surrounded by cultists. They ignore you as they gleefully chant and wave their weapons around. Murder, 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 caw, caw, caw! Murder, 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 caw, caw, caw! You eye a donation box. Smash and grab 99 coins. Stay in line. Obtain the ritual dagger and lose 6 HP. Ritual dagger deals 15 damage. If fatal, permanently increase this card's damage by 3. We're totally getting the ritual dagger. That's a dope weapon. You decide to stay in line out of fear to see what will happen. Eventually, you are face to face with the leader, a well-dressed cultist, hands you an ornate dagger like the others before you. You slash your forearm and let the blood drip into a misshapen bowl. The cultists chant and holler for you. Caw, caw, caw. You chant too. Why not? Oh, I love it. I love this game. The person who made it is a genius. I mean, literally. Let's go ahead and fight this epic. I'm probably going to lose here. I could definitely see that happening. Let's get all my buffs up. Let's throw down a defend here. And then let's just strike homeboy for 9 points. I'm going to take a shiznit ton of damage right here. Ouch. Absolutely ouch. Okay. Okay. Well, let's boost our ritual dagger up. Let's rampage that dude. We don't need the defend. So let's bash homeboy. And smack him with a boomerang. Look at all that damage we did. We so strong. Let's go ahead and get the bird face urn. What does that do? Whenever you play a power card, heal 2 HP. Fuck yeah. Ooh. Yeah, let's get another inflame. No. Ooh. Yeah, we're going to the smith. Sure. That's not actually what I wanted to do, but let's do it. And let's do... Honestly, let's do a rampage. Let's start a riot. A riot. Let's start a riot. Ba-doom-da-doom-da-doom. We're going to gain back our 2 HP here. That's nice. And then we're gonna mollywop that dude right there. Bam. All right, now they both intend to attack. We're going to gain back our 2 hit points, though. Super important. We're going to hit that defend. We're going to rock a cleave here. We're going to get some more block and do some bonus damage. This guy has so many armor. Let's body slam that fool. What's up, dude? I just hit you so hard. Sucks to suck, bro. Wish I had my ritual dagger. I could have killed him and gotten some bonuses, but that's okay. Deal 12 damage, shuffle a wound. Deal 12. damage can be upgraded any number of times. Yep. Yep. Oh, speaking of, perfect. Perfect. Let's just upgrade the shiznit out of this thing. All right, second boss. We are at half health. We're probably gonna lose right here. Right, I will be really surprised if we don't lose. But again, I want to come back to the fact that at this point right here, we're all the way up as high as we could get in a rare item. Right, we're 32 rooms deep here. And so if this was a crafting system, this would be peak rare item right here. We would have gotten as many potential bonuses as we could get. And so this fight right here would be about, beating the boss and then going from rare to epic, right? From blue to purple tier. And that's going to come with increases to base stats and stuff like that. So then we're going to be moving into, another tier of rarity, of quality, of, the item just being generally better from a baseline perspective, like you would normally find when you had rare items in an MMO game. But again, because you're not just crafting, look at how long this has taken me, right? 40 minutes worth of time here to get to what is now going to be potentially an epic tier item. And we've stopped and we've talked a lot. And this doesn't necessarily have to be how long it takes, right? It can be shorter, it can be less rooms, it can be all kinds of things. But the value here comes from the fact that it's absorbing player time, right? I am spending 40 minutes to make an item, which means that's 40 minutes that you don't have to absorb of the player's time in some sort of bullshit gathering loop. Because that's gathering today is all about absorbing enough player time that the market isn't flooded with good items. So you use RNG systems and really, really grindy gathering systems. And those grindy gathering systems and those RNG systems keep you from making too many good items. But if you have a deterministic crafting system that truly requires gameplay elements, that has a failure state, that requires you to be good at the gameplay loop involved in crafting, then you no longer need those super grindy gathering systems. You no longer need that RNG, or at least not as much of it, right? This is still kind of an RNG system, but it's something that's RNG with lots of options. And so because you no longer need those things, players are now getting to do the parts of the game that they enjoy. Your exploration is much better, right? Because this would be coupled with a gathering system that no longer requires the obscene amount of grind. And so now your gathering system can be gamified as well. And it can also be a much more useful exploration system. Because of how many resources of the same type you need today, right? You need thousands and thousands, even hundreds of thousands of iron ore, for example, in modern gathering and crafting systems. And because of that, the location of those resources has to be known, right? You have to be able to know where you're going, because too much exploration would make it too hard to get enough of those resources to do those things. Now, because you really only need special resources, right? You need things like lightning ores, you need things like swift woods, or you need things like light fabrics and stuff like that. You don't need, iron ore. You don't need tungsten ore. You don't need bullshit. You need the special items. You need mana-infused, like heroic tier resources, because you're a hero, right? You're in all the things that you do in an MMORPG game. You're the hero. You go do things that other people can't do. You slay fucking dragons. You fight corrupted wolves. You delve dangerous dungeons full of undead monsters. But then in that same turn, when you want to be a crafter in those games, you gather iron ore and make thousands of iron swords, right? There's nothing heroic about that. And this system allows for heroic gathering. It allows for heroic crafting. It allows for, your character to feel like they're a cut above the average person, because they are. Even if you're not like, quote unquote, the chosen one in an MMORPG game, you are still not a commoner, right? You are still a heroic tier person. You do heroic shit. And so when you go from slaying dragons to swinging an iron pickaxe at iron ore, that sucks, right? That totally takes you out of that power fantasy, that heroic feeling. And so a system like this puts you back in it, right? You're doing heroic shit again. And so your gathering system can be more about exploration, right? Your gatherables can be tied to world events, right? If there's a storm in an area, then maybe there's some sort of water mana that flows through rainstorms, and that water mana might infuse some of the resources around that particular area. And so now as a gatherer, even things can be gamified, because it's not just about going to that place where you know all the iron ore is at. It's now about going to that place where you know that storm just happened, and then looking around to find some water mana infused resources because of that storm, right? Maybe there was a lightning strike, and that's how you get your lightning resources. Maybe a fire burns through some woods, and so now, there's some fire infused manas and stuff there. And so it's about not just exploring the world to locate where things are and then going back to those same places over and over. It's about world events dynamically changing what gatherables can exist in a certain area at any time. And so gathering becomes this system of cartography almost, right? Of knowing what events are happening in the area, of exploring those areas, of talking to people like, hey, have you seen a fire around here, right? Like a wildfire around here recently, because I need some mana infused ore. And then, somebody telling you, oh yeah, I was in, such and such woods earlier, and I had to leave because there was a wildfire, and I didn't want to get burned. And then you go out there and you rake through the charred coals of things until you find this mana infused resource that you're looking for. And so just so many more interesting things can happen when you gamify the systems and you absorb some of the player time in those systems. So let's try and fight this boss. Let's see if I would make it to an epic tier or not. This boss isn't going to attack me here, and we're going to do all the things that we need to do early on, get as much damage down as we can. What is this going to do? This enemy intends to block and use a buff. All right, what's your buff going to be there, bud? They've got 13 armor, and at the end of its turn gains 5 block. Okay. No, I have 4 plated armor. At the end of your turn, gain 4 block. Receiving unblocked attack damage reduces plated armor by 1. Oh, okay. Okay. So I need to be blocking. Let's see. We want to uppercut because we want to apply. Then we want to hit the defend. Then we want to boost the rampage. And then do we want to body slam or do we want to boost another rampage? I don't think I'm going to have that many armor again. So let's go ahead and use the body slam now. Okay. We block all the damage. Great. We're going to want to defend some more. Right? Defend. Defend. We're even going to defend a third time. It's great because I'm still doing damage in that situation. I'm not going to ritual dagger this person because that would waste my ritual dagger. Okay, we definitely want to inflame again, right? We're going to get 3 more strength, which is going to make us way stronger. He's not attacking us this turn, so we get to do some more stuff to him. Intimidate, apply 1 weak. We'll save that. We'll hit, well, actually, we'll probably use the intimidate. Let's go ahead and apply a weakness. All right, Searing Blow. This dude's going to do 18 damage to me, and I don't have any armor. They do intend to strike, so I am going to gain some strength there. So we're going to smack this dude real hard. And then we're going to smack this dude real hard. And then we're going to end our turn. We've got him a little more than halfway killed, but he just smacked the shiznit out of us, and we lost some of our plated armor, which is unfortunate. Okay, he's not getting an attack. So we're going to bash. We're going to sword boomerang. And we're going to slash a couple of times. We're going to end our turn. He is... Ooh, he's going to attack hard. We need to kill this dude here. So we need to whack him. We gain block, deal bonus damage, so we get extra damage there. We hit him with a rampage. And then cleave does more damage right now. Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to survive. Okay. Holy cow. If we hadn't gotten him right there, we would have definitely died. But we got him. So this is us moving into epic tier, right? This is an epic tier item that we're going to be able to make now. Obviously, that's not actually how this game works, but if it did, you know? This turn, your next attack is played twice. Ooh, that's kind of cool. At the start of your turn, lose 1 HP and draw 1 card. No. Deal 4 damage to all enemies. Heal HP equal to unblocked damage. Let's do some heal, because we got to start healing, because we're not able to gain 1 pip at the start of your turn. You can no longer smith at rest sites. That we can't do. I need the smithy. Oops, I accidentally picked a tiny house. Upon pickup, obtain 1 potion, gain 50 gold, raise your max HP by 5, obtain 1 card, upgrade 1 random card. Okay, well, shit. That is definitely not what I wanted. Twin strike, sword boomerang, wild strike. Sword boomerang. Boomerang. The beyond. Yeah, this is dope. God, I love this game. It's so good. I want it to be a crafting system so bad. Why is Slay the Spire not an MMO crafting system? I can't. I'm so sad. This is such a good idea. This is why I hate everything about AAA studios. It's because they'll never do something like this. It's gonna take an indie developer. And indie developers don't really make MMOs. At least not really broadly scaled MMOs, because they just don't have the personnel, right? It's not really on them. All right. What kind of path are we going to want to look in? What kind of path are we looking at here? Let's go down this path. Why not? All right. Let's intimidate them. Fuck y'all. You're intimidated. Then we're going to juggernaut. And then we're going to iron wave this nerd. Then we're going to whack him. All right, we took a couple of hit points there, but that's all right. We're going to hit it with a cleave. We're going to sword boomerang. Nice. We're going to strike that dude. Unfortunately, my ritual dagger will not be enough to kill him. Maybe I'll get the ritual dagger back in this next hand. Nope. Okay, rampage. Whoops, inflame. Boomerang. Cool, done. Dope. Armamentus. Armaments plus. Gain 5 block. Upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay. We're taking Juggernaut. We're taking Inflame. We're going to... Booyah. Booyah. What are you going to do? You're not going to do nothing. You suck. Deal 7 damage to all enemies. Heal HP equal to unblocked damage. They've got some block on them, so let's not do that yet. Let's go ahead and just Iron Wave that dude. And then let's Rampage that dude. Then let's Body Slam this dude. Because that's enough to eliminate... Right? Yeah, so then we gain HP. So now we're all full again. This should be... We took a little damage there. We want to Inflame again. And then we're going to hit some dodge action. Maybe a little more dodge action. And then maybe we... Body Slam homie. Slam homie. Okay, he intends to attack. So then we uppercut him. We bash him. Yeah, we getting strong. Anger plus, deal 8 damage, add a copy of this card to your pile. Nice. Or Perfected Strike plus, deal 6 damage, deals 3 additional damage for all of your cards containing strike. I have a lot of strike cards, so I actually think I'm going to take, well, no, I'm going to take this 0. I've got a lot of high cost cards. I kind of need some more no cost cards. Let's do the question. Honestly, I'm feeling so strong. I really want to do some of these question things. Navigating through the beyond, you discover a glowing tesseract spinning and shifting gently in the air. A sharp pain flows through you, followed by vivid flashes of a distant memory. Whose memories are these? Add a colorless card to your deck, add 2 colorless cards to your deck, or add 3 colorless cards to your deck. Let's just add 1. Add 1 random colorless card to your hand. Exhaust? No. Enemy loses 9 strength this turn. Exhaust? Ooh. Whenever you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 5 damage. You know, I actually apply quite a few, and I like, you know, because I gain health when I use powers. I like that. That's good. All right, into the fight we go. Ooh, tentacle monster. Gross. Let's see. We get to smack him with the Rampage. And then let's go ahead and use the Reaper. Let's get ourselves filled up on HP here. Because they're not doing an attack and they just didn't have any armor at that point. So that's useful. What did they do to me? The end of your turn, take 10 damage. Okay. Cool. Let's do our power again. Let's hit another power. Let's intimidate this nerd and weaken him. Then let's bash him. And every time, right, they're taking that 5 damage because I'm doing all these different things to him, which is great. I'm going to strike him. I'm going to take 10 damage at the end of my turn, and then I'm going to take 8 of the damage that they're going to do to me. Well, 4, it looks like. Which is unfortunate, but nothing I can do. Let's see. We can do every card here. That. Let's hit him with the anger. Let's hit him with the boomerang. Let's hit him with the boomerang. Too bad I can't quite do that. Oh, no, I did. Nice. Nice. Let's get another boomerang. Fuck yeah, I love the boomerangs. Move a card from your deck. Yeah, let's remove a card from my deck. Let's just get a regular strike out of here. We're not going to go... Actually, we are going to go here. Because we're going to go to the smithy, and what are we going to do? We're going to smithy this card. Again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. It's the flying spaghetti monster. Run! We're going to do our block. We're going to hit our sadistic here. We're going to gain some armor and do some extra damage. We're going to body slam. we're going to end turn. All right, he intends to attack, so we're going to spot weakness. We're going to defend. We're going to boomerang. We're going to strike. We're going to defend. Nice. All right, all we have is attacks at this point, so we're going to uppercut. We're going to rampage. We're going to boomerang. And we're going to strike, and we're just unfortunately going to take 36 damage right in my fucking dome. Which is unfortunate. Now he's going to do 30. Okay. Well, let's heavy blow him. Let's searing blow him. Let's defend, because that's the best way to do some damage. We're going to take 30 more hit points right here. This sucks. Okay. Let's upgrade everything. Let's bash. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. Play the top card of your draw pile and exhaust it. I don't think I want any of those. Oof. Lots of enemies. All right. Let's go ahead and Juggernaut. Let's go ahead and Inflame. Let's go ahead and block and buff. Let's hit a boomerang. Okay. We're still going to take some damage here, which sucks, but it happened. We're going to hit the defend. We're going to hit a cleave. We're going to ritual dagger this dude. We're going to uppercut that dude. We're going to anger that dude. We're going to end our turn. All right, sadistic nature and intimidate. Do a little damage here. We're going to hit him with an iron wave, get some armor, do an extra bonus damage. Smack him with the boomerang, smack him with the strike, and end the turn. Nice. Ooh, good twin strike. Gain 2 strength at the end of this turn, lose 2 strength. And gain 10 block. Let's go with the block. I need more block. What do we get out of the chest here? 30's combat with 1 strength. Strength's out. Fuck yes. Please and thank you. All right, I've only got 33 hit points. So I kind of feel like I should weak sauce it and skip the epic. That means skipping the merchant after the epic. Because if we beat the epic, we get merchant, question, rest. Which means we get to boost. Ooh, and then we can do question, rest again before the boss. So I think we got to risk it for the biscuit. I think that's just the way it has to be. We're going to hit the defend. I think this ritual dagger should be able to just nuke that dude. Nice. And then we anger right here. We're going to take a little bit of damage. But that's okay. I think. I hope. Oh, they come back to life. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Nobody has any armor, though. I can gain a lot of strength here. But let's do this first. We're going to spot weakness on this dude. Then we're going to hit the Reaper. We already have enough armor, so we're not going to use the defense. Let's go ahead and boomerang. And then we might as well defend, right? Oh, this one came back, but that other one didn't. That's cool. Let's hit the Inflame. Let's hit 10 block. Let's uppercut this person. And then let's strike that person. Nope, they didn't die. Bummer. I was hoping to stop that 9 damage, but... let's see. We can stop this 25 damage by cleaving here. But first, we'll bash the boss. Then we'll hit the cleave. Gain ourselves 5 hit points. And boost the rampage. We're going to take a 30 hit. That was rough. But we should just be able to kill the boss. Nice. Very well done. I already have this. I don't want to be upgrading the same thing twice. I think we're just going to skip that. I'm going to take that. The first time you lose HP each combat, draw 3 cards. Ooh, that's cool. Okay. So now we get to go to the merchant, which is awesome because I gained HP for that. Whenever you have no cards in hand during your turn, draw a card. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. Upon pickup, raise your max HP by 7 and heal all of your HP. Oh, sweet baby. And then we're actually going to use this one too, because I got a lot of pips. And sometimes I end my turn with extra pips and no cards. So that should help. Then we hit the question. Ooh, gross. Let's see. We're going to... sadistic nature. Yeah, we're just going to rock all the powers here. We need our powers. And nobody's attacking. This thing is armoring. We want to uppercut that bad boy. And let's call it. Chat is losing. Y'all are gonna die. Let's hit that. And then let's ghostly armor. And let's searing flames. Can I play this? Gross. That's really gonna inhibit my my new top. Okay, we want to inflame. We want to upgrade all my cards. I should have done that before I inflamed. Then let's rampage this dude. And let's boomerang this dude. Now we're going to hit him there. Oh, I didn't even get to draw a card. Killed him too fast. Let's get that again. All right, we're going to go back in here. We're going to smith this card again. Because why the hell not? This has been really fun. I really like the idea of just whacking somebody real hard. Let's go to the question again. Fight a boss from Act 1. Obtain a rare relic. Upgrade all cards. You can no longer heal. Heal to full HP. Let's do it. Upgrade all my cards. No more healing. And then let's go to the smith again. Oh, this is the only card I can upgrade. Oh, this game is so fun. All right, so this is the end of what would be the epic tier for me. So this boss would take us into the legendary tier. And so as you can see, we've gone really crazy in this run. And we've now been going for an hour. But if this was a crafting system, right, this would be so much fun to have watched an item build itself over the course of all these fights, right? We've gone through 48 floors. We're on the 49th floor now, which means we could have added 49 small little tweaks to our item, right? Little tweaks to base damage, little tweaks to attack speed, bonuses to elemental damage, parry chances, block chances, all of these little things that can be a part of, right? Bonuses to health, bonuses to whatever, right? I mean, think ARPG style equipment. Where you have, a couple of prefixes, a couple of suffixes, and you're just kind of adding and changing and developing these systems. But it's taken us an hour to do that. So if you were a crafter in a video game, you're looking at spending an hour of your day. And if you think about the average player, right, the average player is maybe going to play 2 hours in a day. So not only is this fairly sessional content, right, you can come in, just like dungeons are very sessional, you come in, you do a dungeon with your friends, and then you leave. The same thing can be true here, right? It's very sessional. So you come in and you look on the craft request board, right? Where people are going to be like posting up, hey, I need an item with this stuff. Here's the base materials that you need to get the item going. And then you come in and you spend an hour and a half crafting a really, really good item. And then you sell it to that person for a nice little profit. And it's skill based, right? So it's now a labor market instead of an item market, because not everybody is going to be able to get through these dungeons or get through these spires as well as somebody who's just good at this type of game, right? This is a very logistics deck building style game, as opposed to the action combat of most MMORPGs or the tab combat of most MMORPGs, right? It's more moving around, it's more moment to moment gameplay instead of this is a little more like chess. It's a little more like looking forward to see what's going to happen based on the decisions you're making now. And so because of that, you have two different skill sets for players. So you've got players who are good at the crafting and you've got players who are good at the other things. So your group of best players grows because you now have the best players of this skill set and the best players of this other skill set. So now you don't just have one group of best players who are the best at everything. And so they're relying on each other. The players who are good at the combat side of the game are going to go delve dungeons. They're going to go get rare resources. They're going to go, find maybe some sort of blanks or something like that for weapons, or broken weapons that have inherent abilities or that have the ability to roll things that you normally wouldn't be able to roll just through using a regular weapon with, some infused resources. Maybe you need this blank or this broken weapon in order to get some of the best stats. But also because of how long this takes, and because of how many hours it would take to completely equip a player, you also reduce the amount of, you reduce the need to take items out of the game, right? You still want to have a durability. You still want these items to eventually break. But because of how long it takes to make them, the amount of time it can take before they break can be much longer. And then you can have a system where they just have to be repaired, right? Which could be the same game to a smaller degree. Maybe you only have to get through one floor to repair the weapon. And so they can be repaired, and that can take time, right? Repairing an item isn't just an instant menu click. You go in and you spend a little time. Maybe it takes 10 minutes to repair your item, and you could get somebody else to repair your item, right? Maybe you really hate this gameplay loop, and so you just don't want to have anything to do with it. So you get somebody else to repair it. That's fine. But it really drives a lot of social interaction. It drives a lot of economic interaction, and it makes people reliant on each other for the parts of the game that they maybe aren't good at. So now we're going to come in here and we're going to fight this boss. And this would be the thing that led me to, that would lead me to having a legendary item now. So we're going to defend ourselves. Unfortunately, we're going to take a pretty decent chunk here. We're going to rampage this dude. We're going to boomerang. And we're going to body slam, even though we don't really hit really hard. And then we're going to end our turn. Okay, oh, look at all those items. We definitely want sadistic nature. We definitely want to intimidate. We've got 13 times 2 damage coming at us, so we definitely want some block. We're not going to need that defend. But we can apply 3 vulnerables to this dude. We can definitely body slam him real hard. And then do we want heavy blade for 19? Or this one? But my strength affects this 5 times as much. So I only have 1 strength though. Well, this one does more damage. Cool. Then we're gonna end our turn. Searing blow. That's gonna be a big whammy. Let's get some inflame action. We have 13 times 2 damage coming. So the question, I guess, becomes, can we take this dude all the way down? And the answer is no. No, we cannot. So we're going to get hit for 26 here. This is going to hurt. Okay. Let's see. We're going to gain some strength. We're going to ghostly armor. We're going to uppercut. We're going to defend. Because this wasn't going to be enough. Ooh. Let's inflame again. Let's get some more of that action. And then let's hit the cleave. Let's hit the boomerang. Let's iron wave that guy. Let's anger that guy. Gain 5 block, it doesn't matter. All right. Reaper, nice. Strike. Oh my gosh, these strikes are doing 20 damage. Yo, I am strong. Holy shnikes. Hopefully we can just kill this dude. Nice. Took us down to 32 hit points, which was impressive. A deep pulsing dread can be felt throughout the room. Is this the heart of the spire, the source of evil? You ready your blade. You deal 931 damage. The heart squirms and bleeds, but is ultimately still pounding. Are your mightiest attacks not enough? You ask yourself, have I been here before? You feel that you have dealt a total of 3,410 damage to the heart, a total of 14 billion? 100,000, yeah, 14 billion damage has been dealt by all who have challenged it. The heart pulses louder and louder. Your consciousness fades. Okay. Victory. Ascension unlocked. And we would have gotten a ton of XP for that, which is super dope. Hey, I can't believe it. That was fun. That was real fun. Garsh. Honestly, I think it's time for a little food. I'm a little hungry. So if y'all give me a couple of minutes here, I'm gonna go grab a little something. Okay, I'm back. I still gotta eat though. And then we'll get back into it. And we'll fake make another item. Okay. Let's see if we can't get a couple more runs in. So, here's actually something that's pretty interesting. Something we haven't talked about, at least not in really depth, about this potential crafting system, is a system of blueprints that would give you a similar or the same spire layout so that you could know for sure what you were getting into. But something like this daily climb could be really interesting. So for today, for the next 19 hours, you have this daily climb. And the challenge here is whenever you defeat a boss, become cursed, your starting relic is replaced with cursed key, darkstone, periapt, and duvu doll. Controlled chaos, start with frozen eye. At the start of your turn, add 10 random cards to the bottom of your draw pile. And binary card rewards contain only 2 cards. Okay, so 1 positive and 2 negative on this run. And so the goal here is to, have some sort of a high score. I don't know what's up with this. There's no way, right? What the fuck? But, so there's something interesting in this, right? And you could have a similar thing, some sort of a challenge mode for truly unique items, right? Items that have modifiers that maybe cannot be earned in any other way, but through these periodic challenges or something. Could be a lot of fun. But yeah, let's do the Ascension. Runs get harder as you win. Win streaks are unaffected. Okay. 1 Ascension. Elites spawn more often. Sure, let's do it. Let's do it to it, right? And there's some meta progression there. So the meta progression in this game is a little minor compared to what I would like for a legitimate crafting system. I'd like to have, the ability to change my starting deck and to change the cards that I would get as I went through the run, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. But so let's go ahead and lose our starting relic and obtain a random boss relic. What do we get? Upon pickup, obtain 1 potion, gain 50 gold, raise your max HP by 5, obtain 1 card, and upgrade 1 random card. Ooh, that's so good. It wasn't good for me last time, but... Add a card. What are we going to get? Ooh, Whirlwind is a good one. Hey, and it was one of my strikes that got updated. Nice. Ooh, this is interesting. This one only had 2 starting, but then it branches off really hard up here. This is kind of cool. Yeah, I mean, there's so many different routes and stuff that can be created in here. This game, I need this game to be a crafting system. I love it so much. I want it. Let's see. Let's make this dude vulnerable. Sure. Take a little damage there. That's fine. He's not doing anything. So we'll strike him 1. We'll whirlwind him. Good deal. As long as we get a couple of strikes here. Yeah, good to go. Add a card to your deck. Pommel Strike, Heavy Strike. I liked Heavy Blade. I got a lot of strength last time, though. But let's take it. I like the big attacks. A lot. Yeah, I definitely think we whirlwind here, right? Yeah, for sure, for sure. He licked me. He licked me. Gross, dude. Why you gotta be licking people? Offering, lose 6 HP, gain 2 pips, draw 3 cards. Interesting. We're gonna go real simple with the pommel strike. Let's hit that question mark. Gross. All right, well, let's gain 75 gold and lose the 11 HP. Why not? Ooh, then we go into another question. Ooh, nice. Upon pickup, choose an attack. Start each combat with that card in your hand. Okay. Okay. Honestly, I want to start with Bash because I want to vulnerable some people, you know? When you hit a person here, they gain... I feel like let's just do that. Yeah, that was fun. Let's see. Warcry. Draw one card. Put a card from your hand into the top of your draw pile. Exhaust. Gain 2 strength. Or at the end of your turn, lose 1 HP and deal 5 damage to all enemies. I don't want any of those cards. We're skipping that. Now, do we go to the rest? Do we refill our HP? Or do we fight the epic? If we hit the rest, then we get an epic fight right here. We definitely don't have the ability to do both of these epic fights, though, I don't think. So let's hit the rest. Let's go ahead and catch some Z's. And then let's do the 2 fights. They're both going to attack me, so we're going to defend twice and just strike once. We're not going to use the bash that we got because I don't want to take a bunch of damage. All right, we'll defend once. And then, let's see, 9 and 6 is 15. This is 14. We're going to go ahead and do 9 and 6 and end it. And I think we bash and whirlwind. That was very painful. Then we strike. Attack potion. Ooh, Juggernaut again. Let's do it. I love the powers. I think the powers are super good. Bash him, defend, and turn. This boss is really hard. Ooh, Juggernaut, though. Hey, hey, hey. I'm probably going to lose here. Let's go ahead and weak these. Oh, we can only apply it to one. Okay, well, let's weaken this one. We'll kill the other 2 first. Did not work. Okay. That was awful. I'm so sad. We've only got 1 attacking, so instead of defending, we're going to use this opportunity to try and hit as hard as we can. Then we'll go ahead and defend. And then we'll strike this dude a couple of times. These dazes are really getting me. I'm going to die. I'm not even going to make it through this one epic. I hope I get my whirlwind again. That'd be really nice. I'll hit that guy for 1. Heavy strike that dude to death. Okay. Bash him. Strike him. Just give me 1 strike. Ooh, only defends. Oh, I do damage if I defend. That's right. Anchor. Start each combat with 10 block. Nice. Carnage Ethereal. Deal 20 damage. Can only be played if every card in your hand is an attack. Deal 14. Now let's do the Iron Wave. Dreamcatcher. When you rest, you may add a card into your deck. Ooh. Speaking of which, Body Slam, Shockwave, deal 7 damage, shuffle it dazed. Let's go with Body Slam. Okay, and let's hit this epic. Goodness, this is going to be rough. We want to bash him first. We want to strike him. Roar! This juggernaut was blocked. Let's defend. Let's strike. Strike. Oof. We're getting ouchied. Bash. Strike. Pommel strike. Strike. Goodness. Happy flower. Every 3 turns, gain a pip. Nice. Duplication potion. Add a card. Nice. That one's going to go so good with Juggernaut. We're going to go rest again because we don't have a choice. Nice. Juggernaut. Bend. And turn. I guess I didn't actually need to do that, but that's fine. Nice. And we'll go ahead and we'll get a bunch of block to trigger here. Nice. Let's shrug it off. This is going to end up working really well. Double your block, clash, gain 5 block, upgrade a card in your hand for the rest of combat. Yeah, let's do that. I'm really liking all these blocks I'm getting. It's really working out well with my Juggernaut. Speaking of which, Juggernaut. Bada slam. Alright, we're going to shrug it off. We're going to defend ourselves. And we're going to strike you. I'll hit you with the pommel strike. Hit you with the regular strike. Hit you with the regular strike. Nice. Gain 4 plated armor. Yes, please. Oh yeah, let's take a spot weakness. I've enjoyed that card so far. We're definitely going to hit the rest again because we're about to go into the boss. See, gain 5 block, deal 10 damage. Deal 8 damage. This is kind of cool, this feed. I doubt that I'm going to get to use it a lot, but we might. And I think it's worth it to up my max damage there, or my max HP there. That seems pretty cool. Ooh, this is a different boss. Okay, let's drink that. Let's get some plated armor. He's not going to attack me, so let's go ahead and bash him. And then let's upgrade a card in my hand. Yeah, I like that. Ugh. You dropped all that stuff in there. So we're going to hit Juggernaut. We're going to hit Rage. We're going to whammy that dude. Alright. Gain some armor there. Gain some armor there. We're still going to take 25 hit points here, which sucks. Do we strike 2 for 6 or once for 14? Once for 14 it is. We don't need to defend ourselves this time. Pommel strike will give us a card. And whirlwind. Alright, now he's 2 dudes. Let's bash one. And I guess let's defend for some random damage. Sure, why not? Okay. We do have a person attacking for 11 there. So let's get some bonus. Let's pommel strike. Let's strike. Let's strike. We're not going to block the whole thing, but we're going to block plenty. We're going to be okay. Okay. Gonna block that whole attack, and now we're down to just these last 2 little duders here. I need to try and make that feed happen. We heavy strike this thing. Yeah, we're gonna heavy strike them. And we're gonna feed them. Nice. And then we just strike them down. I need some more pips. I don't have enough pips. Berserk, into invulnerability at the start of your turn, gain a pip. I don't think I like that. Block is not removed at the start. Yeah, we're definitely taking that one. That one's going to be huge. Gain pips, you can no longer obtain potions. Yes, please. That's the dealio right there. We're in Act 2. 15 minutes. We already did this one faster. That's nice. All right. We barricading. And we're going to slap them. And then we pommel striking, juggernauting, and defending. Because we don't lose our shield. Ooh, nice. We're going to rage them. We're going to upgrade. Body slam. Confirm. Then we're going to defend. We're going to body slam. We're not going to use the feed. We'll hit the defend. With that iron wave. Look at all these freaking armors we got. Hit them with the strike. Hit them with the strike. What are you going to do? You're only going to take 16 of my 28 armor. Now we're going to defend. Now we're going to shrug it off. You just keep taking damage whenever I block. How do you expect to beat me? Body slam. Shrug it off. Defend. Get got, dude. Iron wave. Yes, please. So good synergy. You know what? Shrug, defend, iron wave. Let's just block everything. Unfortunately, we don't get to keep all that. Now we do, though. Barricade. We hit the rage. Pommel. Boom. Juggernaut. Oh, they ran away. Another Iron Wave? Yes. Start each combat with an additional pip. Enemies in elite combats have 25% less HP. Ooh. Cards which exhaust when played will instead discard 50% of the time. I think we want both of those. Whenever you draw a status card, draw one card. Let's see, can we remove? Let's just remove a regular ass strike. Let's rock and roll. Ow. Let's see. Shrug it off for 8. Whirlwind you for 15. I can dig that. Hey, there it is, Juggernaut. Kinda wish I had gotten to use both, but... Well... Shit. Die. Exhaust all your non-attack cards in your hand. Gain 7 blocks for each exhausted card. I don't really want that. Let's get Cleve. Let's see. Ooh, we're going to take a lot of damage here. Damn. Okay, we can use Juggernaut and Barricade. Unfortunately, that leaves me open to that 12 damage, but that's okay. Now we get to start really pumping up the defense here. There becomes no reason not to get as much armor as humanly possible. So close. Ooh, got feed right back. Nice. Perfect. That was so cool. Dark Embrace. Whenever a card is exhausted, draw a card. Nope. Nope. Deal 4 damage and apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna rest it again. Ooh, anger. Let's kill the regular enemy. Let's hit him with the bash. Let's hit him with the strike. Let's hit him with the whirlwind. Right, let's hit him with the barricade. Why is all my shit costing more? There's that. He like randomized all the values of all my cards. Which I guess is fine. Juggernaut. Pommel Strike. Nice. Iron Wave. Body Slam. Ooh. Ooh, nice. Thunderclap. Iron Wave. Iron Wave. Armaments. That was super dope. Was that permanent? No, okay, phew. I thought my cards were going to be permanently all jacked up. We're taking 16 damage. So, definitely want to shrug it off. We can spot weakness and bash. We got some armor that way, I guess. That was kind of pointless. Alright, rage. Let's just go fuck with this dude. There it is. Alright, we want a heavy bash. We want to strike. Kill them. Kill them all. Hyper uppercut. Bag of marbles. At the start of each combat, apply 1 vulnerable to all enemies. Gross. Oh, okay. Well, he took so much damage. He's going to do 6 times 2, so we're going to bash him. Okay, body slam. Hey, what's up, IQGG? Welcome, welcome. You're just in time to save chat from dying to the boss. If you take a look at the description of the stream, you'll actually see a bunch of information about how the game works. Hey, Taco's back. Taco's probably got a bunch of points. Yeah, we're playing a new game today because our last epoch was down. I wasn't able to play it. So we're going to shrug it off here because we don't want to die. Then we're going to Iron Wave this nerd. I definitely should have done that first. Then we're going to cleave him. We're going to body slam him. We're going to take 5 damage here, but that's all right. Juggernaut. Barricade. Ooh, taking 21 damage for that, though. That hurt. That's okay. Rage. Anger. Defend. Strike. Strike. Oof. Strong attack 1 is not actually a command. That's fun. Potions always appear, but I can't gain potions. Super hilarious. Whenever you lose HP from a card, gain 2 strength. No, yes. Oh. I'm gonna get pummeled. I don't have very many hit points. We'll shrug it off. $13, we need 18, so we need 1 more defend, and then we'll strike, and we'll anger. Okay. So I didn't need that much armor, because I killed that dude. Make him vulnerable. Show me your weaknesses. Heavy strike. We're going to take 18 damage and lose. Bummer. Big old bummer. But then that's kind of the point, right? Is I did really well on the last one. I got some extra stuff in there. And then on this one, you know, things didn't quite go right. I didn't quite play right. There were obviously some mistakes in there that I made. And because of that, I ended up not making it nearly as far. And so that would have created an item that was significantly weaker, despite the fact that my character skills would have been probably better at that point than last time. There is so much value to a gamified crafting system like this. But this is why I have such a hard time playing current MMO games. Is they don't have anything beyond the basics. You know, they're just slowed down ARPGs. Let's get back in. We'll do another ascension, and let's see if we can't get to the top again. Choose a colorless card to obtain. Lose all gold. Transform 2 cards. I like this random boss relic. I really do. Gain a pip at the start of your turn. You can no longer see enemy intents. Oh, that's awful. I fucked up. Strike. strike, defend. Looks like I guessed right. Strike, strike. Bash, strike. Since I can't see their intents, let's go ahead and get that Thunderstrike. You come upon a dapper-looking, cheery gremlin. It's time to spin the wheel. Are you ready? Of course you are. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Spin it. Oh, no. Oh, you lose. But I'm readying a shiv? Oh, no. Slash the crazy gremlin to be simply too quick. He gets to a few times with a crude shiv. The price has been paid, and with that, both the gremlin and the wheel disappear in a puff of smoke. What a dick. Okay, well, let's go this way. Oh, no, it's a fight. I was really hoping for something else. I don't even know if I need to defend. Nope, did not need to defend. Okay, well, let's bash. Let's defend. Let's strike. Let's Iron Wave. Defend. Strike. Bash. Okay. This is not going well. Do we want the 5 block 5 damage or do we want the boosting one? Let's do Iron Wave. All strikes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. We take 11 damage. That's super dope. Thank you, game. That was not what I wanted. I clicked the buttons too much. Upgrade 2 random cards, lose 16 HP, or leave. I mean, you gotta risk it for the biscuit, right? That wasn't really all that useful. Gain some HP back there. Oh no, not the wood louse. Let's flex it. Now the bash can kill that louse. Then we can do 8 damage to that one. We can do 8 damage to that one. They're gonna smack me a little here. But that's okay. Because they're dead. What does a cultist potion do? Gain 1 ritual. I don't know what the fuck a ritual is, but okay. I definitely can't beat the epic, so let's go to the question. The start of your turn, deal 3 damage to all enemies? Fuck yeah. Oh, oh, okay, phew. I thought I was going to remove a random card from my deck, and I was going to be big sad. Alright, let's rest again. Get a little HP back. We're not going to fight the elite again. We're going to skip them. Because I suck. Pretty sure he's going to do 9 damage. Yeah, and then I blocked it. Good. So let's Iron Wave him twice. And then we'll strike him. And then we'll defend. Yeah. So good at this game. I don't want any of those. We're not going the way with the epic. Gonna take some damage here. Hey, here we go. Let's flex it out. Smash that dude. Gain 5 armor. Body slam that nerd. Defend myself. Yeah. One more fight. I'm pretty sure this dude doesn't attack on the first turn, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Ooh, he did attack on the first turn. Goodness. Let's flex. Bash him in the face. Get some armor. And twin strike. Iron wave. Strike. Been talking to myself again. We want defense, defense, strike, twin strike. Armaments. Bash. Iron wave. Nice flex. Defend. Big strike. Gonna take a nice full hit there, but that's okay. Ooh. And we feed. Booyah. Oh, you know what? I had all these potions. Ooh, let's get another feed. Now let's barricade. That's better. What can we get here? Upon picking up or upon pickup, transform all strike to defend and defend cards. Get a pip at the start of your turn. Future card rewards have 2 less cards to choose from. Doesn't care. Need the pips. Pips are life. Gonna start over here again. Iron wave. Defend. Body slam. Strike. Twin strike. Nice. Flex. Iron wave. Honestly, just barricade it. Hit the defense. Perfect. Armaments because we want a card. Let's upgrade the bash, sure. Let's bash this nerd. Do we attack twice or do we gain? We're attacking twice. 15 is enough, surely. Iron Wave. Twin Strikes. Cha. Ooh, it's only one item, but it's a bonus whirlwind, so that's a good deal. Remove all strikes. Receive 5 bites. Heal 7 damage, heal 2 HP. Ooh. I think I want to give up my strikes for bites. I'm a vampire. All right, we're going to flex it. We're going to iron wave it. We're going to bite this nerd. We're going to barricade. We're going to iron wave. Nice. Lycan has bite. You should have left while you had the chance, bud. Get whirlwinded. Give me back my stuff. Or Warcry Plus. Draw 2 cards, put a card from your hand in the top of your draw pile. Actually, we're going to go ahead and take that. That's fine. It's just a mill card. Ooh, transform a card. Transform Flex. I don't actually like Flex all that much. Got another Warcry. Probably not all that good, but that's fine. Look at all these bites. Bite, 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 bite. Hungry vampire. Oh, that was max HP that I lost. Oh no. I fucked up. I fucked up bad. Okay, we're definitely going to get our feet on here. Gain some permanent HP. Then we want to use our armaments. We're going to up our body slam. We want to use our defend. Then we want to body slam. Then we want to bite. Yeah. Then we'll hit some more defends. With some iron wave action and a whirlwind. All those dazes. Super, super dope. Thank you, game. So freaking happy. Gain a block, draw card, absolutely. We resting. We don't have a choice. And then I'm definitely not fighting that elite. We got 400 gold. It's time to buy some stuff. Every time you play attacks, the end of each combat, heal 2 HP. Upon pickup, brews 5 random potions. Sure. We'll get some super duper dope relics. We'll put that in the top of the draw pile. Then we'll shrug off. We'll hit a body slam. All right. You get bashed. You get iron waved. I throw down some defense, and then you get bit. Defend, bite, bite. Sure, let's draw a card, see what happens. We'll put that back. We'll whirlwind. Another shrug it off. Nice. I don't actually like that at all. That's too bad. Take the barricade. Take the shrug it off. Just to see. Throw a bite down. Iron wave. Bite. Another war cry. Let's drop the regular defend. Let's hit homeboy with a bash. Let's see. 50% more damage from attacks. Instead of 8, he'd take 12. 3 times is not enough. So we're defending, we're biting, we're whirlwinding. Defend, defend, body slam, bite, bite. Armaments. Iron wave. Sure, let's shrug it off. What do we get? Twin strike. We're gonna bite. We're gonna strike. Alright, some more defense, a couple of bites. Nice. Sword boomerang. Let's put that back down there. I want to throw the boomerang, but I don't want to kill this because I get to draw feed next time, and I want the bonus. So now we know we were going to get feed. So we get to take that, which is super nice. Now we shrug it off. Iron wave. Hit some more defend. Body slam that nerd. Whirlwind. Booyah. We're going to shrug it off again. Hit him with the iron wave. You know, let's hit a war cry. Let's put that right back. Defend, defend, bite him. Blocking all this damage. Ooh, nice. Barricade. Bend. Twin strikes. Sword boomerang. Defend, defend, double strike, bite. Shrug it off to draw. Do I hit him with 8 times 4? Because that's 32. Yeah, I think that wins. Nice. Nice. Reckless charge. Skip it. Oh no, the boss attacked you all again. Let's just rock out some defenses and body slam this nerd. Bash him. Shrug it. Sword boomerang him. Bite him. Bam. No, we just whirlwind him to death. I like the heavy strikes. They work really well. Shrug it off because we always want to draw. Then honestly, let's just start attacking this lady in the back. She's so annoying. Okay. I don't think I can do enough to get any value out of feed. So let's go ahead and Iron Wave and bite. Whirlwind, 8 times 5 is 40 damage. Yeah, we'll just run that. Let's see, Warcry. Leave that. Another Warcry. Leave that. We heavy strike him, we twin strike him, we bite him, block. Nope. What do you got for me? Whenever you rest, heal an additional 15 HP. While your HP is at or below 50%, you have 3 additional strength. Cards with exhaust. Okay, well that's... Can't buy both of these, that's too bad. Do I want the extra HP on rest, or do I want... I want this. Because let's face it, when the option is do more damage, you do more damage. That's just how that goes. Okay. Armaments. Level up the bash. Bash that nerd. Iron attack that nerd. Then do I get 5 more block, or do I... Let's hit him again. Yeah, see, they didn't even attack. It didn't even matter. Can't quite kill his little minions in one go here. I kind of feel like I still just want to do it, though. Let's just rock it. Hit everybody really hard. Take them all down so they can be killed pretty easily. Did they just stasis my feed and my... Oh my gosh. That's awful. Ooh. Ooh. I didn't realize that that was going to happen. But that was super dope. Definitely want to barricade. Definitely want to shake it off. Definitely want to do that. Shake it off. Shake it off. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, we're going to defend real hard. Gonna hit this fool with an iron wave. Then we're going to smack him down. Heal ourselves up a little. Can't believe I still took damage there. What the hell just happened to me? Bash this nerd. Twin strike this nerd. Bite this nerd a bunch of times. Shrug it off and draw a card. Armaments. Boost a card. Yes, please. Iron Wave. More defense. War Cry. Put that back. Use my defend. I went up 33 freaking defense there, and he took me back down to 7. What am I supposed to do about that? Alright, shrugging. Shrugging. Iron waving. Defense. Defense. Get shitted on, dude. Nope. Not losing health. Alright, we get a big ol' relic. At the end of your turn, you no longer discard your hand. Ooh, that's interesting. Double the effectiveness of potions. I don't use potions. Gain a pip at the start of your turn. All enemies start combat with 1 strength. Ooh. Ooh. We're doing it. We're pipping it. We're pipping it. We're going to go down this left side. It's just like a straight track all the way. Probably not a great idea, but we're going to do it anyway. What does this do? At the end of its turn, gain 3 strength. Oh, that sucks. Let's War Cry. We'll put this back. We're going to bite you. We're going to body slam you. Then we're going to bite you. Then we're going to heal. I should have just put one of the bites. All right, we're shrugging things off. Then we're defending ourselves. We're boomeranging. We're biting. And we're playing the rest as a whirlwind. All right, now we barricade. Defend. Bash. We're shrugging it. We're armamenting it. Boosting that. Doing a couple of iron waves. And then smacking them down. Booyah. Battle trance. Draw 3 cards. You cannot draw additional cards this turn. Yeah, okay. There's an elite up here. Ooh, goodness. I'm very scared. It's War Cry. Let's actually get rid of that. Then we're barricading. And we're shrugging it off. And we're just going to defend a whole bunch. Draw some cards. Okay. More defense. Iron waves all day. Fight that nerd. Twin strike that nerd. Ooh, that whirlwind could almost take that whole... Actually, it can. Yeah, that's just game right there. Ooh, almost. Boomerang! Wow. Y'all are gonna lose. Boss is gonna kill you. Wyatt did all that work earlier to kill the boss. And y'all ain't even worried. Just letting all that work go to waste. Wyatt. Choose card to upgrade. Let's upgrade some bite. And let's use it. Let's hit my defend. Let's body slam. And let's heavy blade that one right there. Alright. So much whirlwind action. Don't do 10 damage to me. Oh shit. I may be fucked up. It was maybe my fault. But maybe my fault. I mean, that was definitely my fault. I should not have started playing this game. Because it's just making me desperate for a good MMO. We do have Warborn Above Ashes coming out in a couple of weeks, which is interesting. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow is the new PoE League. That's right. Well, PoE 2, not PoE. Herm. Is Black Desert getting an update? Say what? Weird. Black Desert is honestly a game I've never played that I probably should. I think we'll get one more run in here, and then we'll probably call it. These Ascension runs are much harder. Lose a starting relic, gain a random one. Gain a pip at the start of your turn. You cannot play more than 6 cards per turn. Dope. I love starting with an extra pip. That's how you get it done right there. We're going to bash this nerd. And then we're going to double defend. And we're just going to strike the shiznit out of him. Take a little damage. Then we're going to kill him. Yeah. What cards do we get? Clash, no. Iron Wave. Always Iron Wave. Gain 6 blocks for 0. Fuck yeah. That's a good ass one right there. At the start of each combat, draw 2 additional cards. Sure. Give us some more options in the opening round. I can dig that. Let's Iron Wave that dude. Let's take some additional here. Let's strike that one time, and then we'll strike this person 2 more. Even though they had some armor, we still got to do a little extra damage. We're not taking any damage, so that's fine. That one can die. Bash that. Strike that. Nice. Ooh, inflame. We're gonna go this way. Fuck that elite. Yeah, we'll want a little bit of that. And a little bit of that. And some more of that. And then we'll inflame. And then we'll bash. Then we'll strike. And we'll end our turn. We're going to lose 10 hit points here. I should have defended. I don't even know if I had defensive skills. Doesn't really matter. Game's over. We won. Ooh, power up as many times as I want. Fuck yeah. Starting right now. Confirm. That's going to be fun. We got that super early. This is going to be fantastic. We're going to hit the inflame. Then we're just going to rock this dude for 20 damage. Hell yeah. That's good stuff right there. What do we got? 8 and 8 is 16, and 8 is 24. So we should actually be able to just take this dude out right here. Nice. Don't even have to defend. Infernal Blade. Add a random attack into your hand. Its cost is 0 this turn. Yes, please. We're going to skip the elite again. I'm a big wuss. Cost 1 less pip for each time you lose HP this combat. Deal 18 damage. Yeah, let's hit that thing for 18. Then we'll get some 6 defense. We'll get some more defense. Then we'll hit them for a little bit. Get some more. Hit them for a little bit. Inflame. Bash. Strike. Boom shakalaka. Deal 6 damage, deals 2 additional damage for all your cards containing strike. Yeah, perfect strike is a good card. Oh no, I went the wrong way. I went the way of the elite mob. We're in trouble. We're in so much trouble. I wasn't paying attention. We're going to inflame. We're going to get a little defense. We're going to Infernal Blade. Deal 23 damage to all enemies. Add a burn into your discard pile. Yes, please. Then do we just sear this dude down? I think we just sear this dude down. Bam! You're dead. Get fucked, nerd. All right. Let's see. Bash. We get perfect strike for 20. Right? That dude's dead. This dude's only got 5 hit points, so we're going to take 9. And then that dude's just gone. Potions always appear. And we got extra potion slots. Yo. Ooh, I like rage. Let's do it. Do we do question, question, heal? Or do we do heal, question, question, question? Let's do heal, question, question, question. We're obviously gonna smith the searing blow again. That's just... Ooh, transform a card. Transform... Let's transform a defend. Get into a combat. Okay. First things first. Perfect strike the shiznit out of that dude. Dang, I really did just all of this in the wrong order, didn't I? Okay, well, whatever. Nice. Perfect strike him again. I fucked that up so bad. You're dead. I probably could have won that without taking any damage. I definitely want some feed action. Get another question mark. Lose 3 HP, 20% chance to find a relic. Interesting. Give me a relic. Give me a relic. Give me a relic. I said give me a relic. Every 4th room is a treasure room. Okay. You know what? It was worth all those hit points. Give me a heal. Because I won't survive if I don't heal. Okay. Heal 7 damage, shuffle it dazed into your drop pile. Fuck it, let's do it. We're striking. We're striking. We're striking. We're iron waving because why not? It's more damage. Alright, he's not doing anything to me. So we're perfect striking. We're striking. We're ending our turn. We're inflaming. We're infernoing. We're raging. We're bashing. We're clotheslining. Okay, we definitely won all the blocks. We're still going to take a lot of damage here. But that's okay. We're raging. We're striking. Fuck it. Honestly, at that point, we needed to do the damage. Reckless charge. Why not? We're going to get some shields up. Oh, we didn't need shields. Which means we don't need Iron Wave, but whatever, we're going to use it anyway. We're going to strike this dude. We're going to bash this dude. Perfect strike you. Kill you. I might lose here. We got so many slimes. This is awful. At least that's a kill. Give me some good attacks. Nice searing blow. Should have used rage. Think we're gonna make it. Oh, whew. That was a close one. Oh, I have all these potions. I really should ever use potions. We want Juggernaut. No. On pickup, remove 2 cards from your deck. Gain a pip at the start of your turn. Whenever you open a non-boss chest, obtain a curse. Yeah, we want pips. Because I'm all about them pips. About them pips. How many pips are we getting? There's a pip. There's a pip. We're getting 2 pips. Double pip. We're going to go this way. We want the merchant. All right, let's hit the rage. Let's hit the inflame. Let's hit the infernal blade. Sure, let's hit the whirlwind. And let's take 12 damage. Nice. Perfect strike. Iron wave. Defend. Strike. Good instincts. Bash. Reckless charge. Strike. Defend. Searing blow. Metallicize. I love the powers because they're just always beneficial. You play it, and then you just are more powerful during that fight. Let's see, every time you play 10 attacks, gain a pip. Every 3 times you shuffle your draw pile, gain a pip. The start of your turn, gain 2 strength, and all enemies gain 1 strength. Ooh. That's interesting. We're going. We're doing it. We're freaking doing it. Are we going to make our opponents stronger? Absolutely. Is it going to end up getting us killed? Most likely. Iron Wave that nerd. Defend. Searing blow. Reckless charge. Extra strike. Inflame. Bash. Strike. It doesn't even matter. Perfect strike. You're dead. Iron Wave. We definitely just want Iron Wave. It's always Iron Wave. Remove all strikes. Receive 2 bites. No, actually, I do not want to become a vampire again. Upgrade a card in your deck. Let's upgrade a card in my deck because what are we upgrading? Searing blow. Always searing blow. More damage, and we're going to upgrade it again. Upgrade. Upgrade. Why do we upgrade searing blow? For situations such as this. So first things first, we're going to hit that dude. Then we're going to feed on him. And then we're going to searing flame that dude. Then we're going to perfect strike that dude. Nice. Ooh, look at all that strength he's got. Do we want a Juggernaut? Yeah, we do. Okay, now we rage. So now every time we strike, we gain armor and do more damage. Hit an Infernal Blade, Fiend Flare, exhaust your hand. Deal 13 damage for each card exhausted. I don't know if I want to do that. I think I'd rather have all these extra bonuses. Oh my gosh, look at all those strengths. Look at all my strength. This is ridiculous. Metallicize, absolutely. Reckless charge, for sure. Should have bashed first. And then we really need to kill that dude. Hey, that was pretty fun. A letter opener. Every time you play 3 skills in a single turn, deal 5 damage to all enemies. Ooh, that goes so well. Sword boomerang. Oh, do we get to power this up again? Yes, please. 42 damage for 2 pips. Enemies in elite combats have 25% less HP. Now we really need to go after elites. Searing blow plus 5. Dead. Oh, that's so wonderful. Bap that dude. Headbutt him. Oh, nice. Now I get Searing Blow back at the start of the next one. We'll hit an Iron Wave, even though it doesn't matter. Game over next round. Searing Blow. I should have inflamed first. Oh well. Juggernaut. Rage. Why not? None of that stuff matters. Whoops. Let's feed. Feed the need. Yeah, I like the idea of applying some weakness. Absolutely metallicize. Absolutely get an Infernal Blade. With another headbutt. Bash that dude. Headbutt that dude. Defend. Bash that one. Boomerang. Oh, they all hit the same person. We can almost. Ooh, we did kill that person. Nice. Good instincts. Bludgeon. Deal 32 damage. Flame barrier. Or draw a card. I like this flame barrier. Haven't ever used it before. It'll be fun. We're going to metallicize. We're going to hit some serious Iron Wave action here. We're going to defend ourselves. We're going to strike again. Hit the Juggernaut. Defend it. Inflame. Feed the need. Well, that was hilarious. Those were 2 really big hits right there. I like cleave. Let's definitely be able to hit everything. Oh yeah, back to the smithy. 51 damage. Plus 6. Go to the question mark. Oh, it's a fight. Good instincts. Rage. Strike. Strike. Cleave. Defend. Ooh. Flame barrier. Iron Wave. Reckless Charge. Strike. Perfect Strike. We're definitely going to inflame. We definitely want this. Wind Strike. Strike. Feed the need. This is actually going really well. I like that. And we could heal. But honestly, we're going to smith it again. Because why would we stop? Why? Why would we stop? Right? We want to rage. And then we just want to smack that person for 63 damage. That's so much fun. And then we get to perfect strike them. And then we get to get some HP or some block out of it. We honestly should have boomeranged them, but that's fine. Let's see. Let's hit the Infernal Blade. Let's hit the bash. Let's hit the flame barrier. Let's hit the heavy blade. Let's hit the defend. We're going to take a little damage, but that's okay. We got good instincts. We're going to strike for good damages here. Reckless charge him. Get some more defend. Now we metallicize. Want to clothesline him. Iron Wave. Couple more strikes. We're going to get rocked pretty good here. Okay. Steering charge for 73. That's hilarious. Then we can hit him for 19. Then we feed. We just fed on the area boss, which is hilarious. Put a card from your exhaust pile in your hand. No. At the start of your turn, gain 2 strength. Yes. Gain 30 block exhaust. Nope, we definitely want that one. What do we get? Ooh. No longer obtain potions. Gain a pip. Yep. All right. All right. Infernal me. We got an anger. Let's murder that dude. You're all the way murdered. We defend. Demon form. Cleave. Metallicize. Perfect strike. Ooh, nice. A boomerang. All right, what do we got? We're definitely demon forming. We're definitely going to clothesline that dude. We're definitely going to hit the Iron Wave. All right, we want to metallicize for sure. We want to get some good instincts. We want to get some ghostly armor. We want to Iron Wave that dude. We want to Reckless Charge that dude. Searing Blow, you're dead. Sword Boomerang, Double Strike. Oh my god, I do so much damage. It's not even fair. You know what I didn't look at was how many of these things I was going to get to go do, because if I went this way, I think I would get more. No, maybe not. I don't know. Ooh, nice. Art of War. If you do not play any attacks during your turn, gain an additional pip next turn. Well, that's not really going to do me any good, but maybe. Maybe from time to time I'll bump into something useful from that. Alright, we hit that Rage. We hit that Boomerang. We hit those Defends. And we're going to Reckless Charge it. Alright, nice. Inflame. Defend. Strike. Strike. Boomerang. Ghostly Armor. Iron Wave. Clothesline. Maybe I'll draw that again. Maybe not. Doesn't look like it. Searing Blow and you're dead. Alright, go into this fight. We'll definitely want an Iron Wave. We'll definitely want to hit the Cleave. Oh, I'm taking damage from these. Ooh, made a mistake. Oh, taking damage from that one too. Okay, well, we're definitely going to lose right now. How do I get around all this damage that I'm taking? Well, we can Searing Blow that one. Just death. We can Perfect Strike that one. We can strike that one. Okay. We're going to survive. We're going to have one freaking hit point. I have to defend so that I can attack it. So this is going to hit for 25. Okay. Now here's the question. If I kill it, do I still take that 5 damage? Let's find out. Okay, we're definitely going here. We're definitely going to the Smith. We're definitely upgrading Searing Blow. Because we'd be insane not to. Like at this point, you have to, right? I don't have any defensive. So I have to kill this dude. Oh, I have Searing. Okay. You're dead. Oh my god, it's so much fun. Okay, they gained a bunch of strength. They're going to do a ton of damage to me. So I need to not die. So we're taking all the armor we can. We've got 16. I don't think I can kill one of them. But this one's doing the most damage right now, so let's attack it. We're definitely dead right here. Oh, wait. Ooh, that's only deal 10 damage to all enemies. Draw 3 cards. Well, I guess we waste our perfect strike on that guy. Whew. All right, now we bash this dude, and we whack him, and we feed on him. Not that feeding is going to do any good, because I'm not ever going to heal. Wind strike. Immolate. Yes, please. Okay, we got to get through this fight. Oh, shit. What is this bullshit? $999 damage, my ass. Upon losing HP, loses that much strength until the end of the turn. Okay, dies in 5 turns. So it loses that much. Can I give it negative strength? Let's weaken it. Okay, we can give it negative strength. So we're actually set up really well to fight this enemy. I died. I killed myself. I think it had thorns. I'm pretty sure I'm a fucking moron. Good times. Good times. All right. Well, that's probably going to be the end of the stream today then. Um, like I said, Slay the Spire is probably the ultimate template for making a really interesting crafting system for an MMORPG game. Just the ability to make those small little deterministic tweaks and slowly upgrade your character or your item that you're trying to craft, and having this gameplay loop that's involved would just be so cool. And so I'm really kind of sad that something like that not only doesn't exist, but isn't on the horizon, right? We're getting all these MMO games coming up, and each and every one of them seem like we're just going to be getting the same old cookie cutter, run around, gather resources, go into menus to craft things that we've always had. Especially, I was watching some people play the new Phase 3 of Ashes of Creation the other day. And, they put this whole huge economy 2.0. We're making sure that in Phase 3, we're really working on the economy. We've got a new implementation of the economy. And basically, all they did was they took away all the stuff that you could get from drops, and they took away all the stuff that you could buy from vendors. And then they just made everything have to be crafted, which seems cool, right? That seems like it's going to give value to crafters, but it doesn't. Because that system doesn't create a labor market. It's still just an item market. And so now you're reducing the avenues that people have to get items without giving any sort of value to the avenue that you have. And so it just feels like a slog. It just feels like a grind. It doesn't feel fun for the people who are doing the crafting, and it doesn't feel fun for the people who aren't crafting, but who still need to interact with those systems because they're not getting enough currency. They're not getting enough of all that stuff. So, I'm hopeful. Ashes of Creation is still super early days, so I'm hopeful that maybe they'll figure something out to create something better in their economy than we've had with most MMOs in the past. But I don't think it's going to be very soon that we see a really good crafting system exist in an MMO. None of the currently in development MMOs are doing anything like this. At least they haven't said that they are. And so, I mean, you're looking at least probably a decade before something like this comes out, and that's really, really disheartening for me in the MMO space. But maybe we'll see. We'll see. Maybe somebody will super surprise me. I don't know. But like I said, thanks everybody for coming out. I had a really great time today. Thanks again for helping me test some of the stuff for the the boss fight game. We're going to still be working on that over the course of the next couple of days here, or really the next couple of years. As we stream, we'll be working on the boss fight game and making it better. So, yeah, I hope everybody has a good night, and I will see you all on the next one. Tomorrow, we're going to play some Path of Exile 2, because the free weekend is out. And I actually need to see when that's supposed to launch, because I might not be sleeping tonight. That might be a thing that's happening. Oops. Let's go to... Be back soon. But yeah, so I'll